You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we've arrived at the season 8 finale of Ernestly Speaking. 8 seasons. 8 seasons. And we've arrived at the grand finale. This is going to be one for the books. This episode, so much has went down. And every time I feel like I need like a nice little break, it always comes on time. It always do. Like, it never fails. You know, when I schedule, my breaks, which is only twice a year, there's 52 weeks in a year. You all know I always take a 1 week break in between, seasons. So we're coming across 4th of Jamarcus. That is the mid-year break. And then there'll be the end of the year break 1 week between the Christmas, New Year's week. And then I restart early January. And I'll be back, I'll be back July 14th. So, midnight, Monday, July 14th, you will be hearing from me. There'll be the season 9 premiere. Season 9, come on. Come on. And some of you all been day ones. Some of y'all have been, week something. But hey, it doesn't matter where you start. It's where you finish. And no matter where you start, if you started from the first episode, so you just got on about a couple of weeks ago after the Roots picnic, listen, how what they say in the church. It doesn't matter if you just came in as long as you get delivered. You have come here, you've arrived. And so it's great. I mean, wow, season 9 is upon us, and in a couple of 2 weeks, July 14th, I'll be back from my, break. Which is good because this is a great little buffer, because I recognized that it makes sense to end the mid-year season after Supreme Court decisions. There's like a cultural reset, the start of summer, it's like a nice little rebuff. And then, winter break, all that. And it gives you time to catch up. Some of you all, want to catch up on some episodes or get some context or whatnot. So for all of my devout listeners, some people might need, might be a episode of back. So everybody get to be brought up to speed. So when we get into season 9, everybody knows where we at. And I'll have a lot to catch up on from those weeks and then what we're coming into. So this is just a really good time. And I think everybody needs a nice little break, a little chill pill. But in this, season 8 finale, there's a lot of tea to spill. Some things seen and some things unseen. This is just a really great, time, What a season this has been. You all have really turned up and turned out. I mean, one of my the all-time most listened to episode happened this season. Okay, the Roots Picnic review was epic. And was unexpected. I always say sometimes some of my biggest moments in my career are situations that are unexpected. It's not the things that I predict or work up to, even though to some extent, sometimes I'm in around the eye of the storm before I get in the eye. And then that miraculous thing happens, but it doesn't happen without a level of preparation. Now, Roots Picnic just, I wasn't expecting that to be chaotic. I didn't expect that experience to be the way it was going to be. Actually, I was coming into that situation optimistic because of the previous year. But shit happens, and you got to just do what you got to do. But there's situations like, for example, Helen Gim going to the Union League. I wasn't expecting that. But how did I get that? Because I'd already been covering that race and very critical about some of her performativeness. So it came on my desk because of the fact that people knew I would be receptive to and be an open ear to breaking that. So in some ways, I didn't expect her to be at the Union League, but for me to be the one to make that known to the public at large isn't as necessarily a surprise, because I was in this position of public trust that someone felt like giving me that information, they knew what I was going to do, right? And so in some situations, they're not as miraculous. It's just being prepared for those opportunities. And I think about that with a lot of things in my career. It's like, yeah, I get these shockers, right? So like, for example, the 76ers deal collapsing, with the city. Yeah, that was a shock to all of us, right? But me breaking it is not so much of a shocker, because I was someone who was consistently questioning that entire deal. And so when the person who tipped me off about it, that was for good reason. They knew sending it to someone else was not going to necessarily yield the same results or the timeliness of it all. So sometimes you get rewarded for just being someone that people trust, being reliable, being dependable, and, folks knowing that you're going to do the right thing when given the information. So yeah, I guess there's some context there. But summer is here, and it's already been off to a very triumphant start. For starters, some personal news, but not really my personal news, but news I can now share. My husband, Mr. Johnson, is a free man. He has left city council. For many years, he served as a communication director and spokesperson for majority leader, city council member at large, Catherine Gilmore Richardson. He has now left public, working for the public sector. He is now his own entrepreneur full time. He has launched his second business. Now, his first business, Bartender Berry. But now, of course, he launched earlier this year Surefire Media, Surefire Public Relations, which is your one-stop shop for serious public relations inquiries and PR. I'm a fan. It's storytelling you can count on, public, this is public. Surefire Public Relations is a boutique PR firm that harnesses the transformative power of storytelling to get your message in front of the audiences that matter. His business understands that there's no one size fits all approach to strategic marketing and communications. That is why his company, his firm, creates public relations campaigns designed to meet your unique needs and maximize your brand's reach. Whether you're looking to promote an event, a policy, or initiative, you can be sure that he'll get the job done. So he offers various services. There's earned media placement, which is very important, earned media placement. Because a lot of people that get, media placement that is bought. Okay? There's some payola, some quid pro quo. It's important to mention that he will get you earned media placement. A lot of folks are just pushing some stuff with these like paid media plugs, sponsored content shit. Oh no. The articles, the press that you get from Surefire PR under his business model, it is going to be earned. He has built relationships with esteemed journalists, media professionals, and others in the field across various regional and national outlets. Outside of being married to me, of course, other folks, there's also public relations consulting. He has a deep background in persuasive messaging, and he'll work with you to develop a strategic communications plan that will reach your target audience and get your message out right the first time. Because some people out here got these little PR firms, and they gotta keep moving and throwing stuff up, and it's not sticking. But one thing he also does really well, and this is something that I think he's, very great at, because he's worked in various entities where these services were needed. Crisis communications. The greatest threat to a brand is not the crisis itself, but how you communicate during and after it. Surefire PR will work around the clock to redefine the situation, provide hope, and minimize the negative impacts of the threat. He's got some really great people in his corner that he listens to that helps advise some of these things. Now, some of the people that he worked with might be in his bedroom. I'm joking. But but he's good. He's got some good people in his area. He's got some good resources around him that helps him knows how to perfectly advise situations of crisis for his clients. So the services he's offering, he specializes in social responsibility, nonprofits, education, established businesses and startups, and so much more. So if you're interested in him and his services and surefire public relations, you need them. You're in a situation where you need a person that's going to get you some earned media, some good public relations consulting, and some great crisis communications. Storytelling you can count on. Go to surefirepr.com. Surefirepr.com. Even this, right, is earned media. He earned this media from Ernestly Speaking. He earned this media. Okay. I think the services are great. You know, I'm happy to be represented by Surefire Public Relations. I am. So, you know, he's got some great clients already. Krista Barfield, who is the founder and CEO of Farmer John, is already one of his clients that he's picked up this week. And he's working with her to do some incredible work with, she's got another firm that's helping her with the business side, but he represents her as the person, as the boss that she is. Some of the earned media he's already got her was the front cover of City and State. She landed on Pennsylvania's 40 under 40 list, and she landed on the front cover. That was work that he did. And he's been doing some other great work to extend her brand. He's got some other great projects coming up. He's going to make some other announcements with other clients he has. It's not my part to reveal that, but the business is going great. It's stellar. And to be quite honest, it's time. You know, I think he's worked very well in his years of working. I mean, he worked, you know, he's been doing this for years, right? And it's important to note that I think he was ready. Like, he worked in Harrisburg, you know, for the Legislative Black Caucus. He worked on the state level doing communication work with state legislators across all of Pennsylvania. And then he turned around, worked at the African American Chamber of Commerce of Greater PA, New Jersey, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, worked with all of the various Black-owned businesses and firms all throughout this region. And then he worked for Community College of Philadelphia doing communications work with them, where there was a lot of cross partnerships on a citywide level. So he's worked with some very big entities and brands. And then he turned around and went to City Hall and worked with legislators there, especially Catherine Gilmore Richardson, and really helped increase her visibility, her brand visibility, her press, and her coverage. And so if he can work in these very tense environments, I think he realizes that he can offer this on a larger level and make more money, which we love to see. Of course, I do. And that's what he's doing. And I think it couldn't be a better time, right? The budget just got passed in City Hall. You know, they don't come back until Thursday, September 11th is exactly when I will come back to host City Council Live. And so this was a great transition. And he just got his master's, you know, from the prestigious Johns Hopkins University. And I think he's ready to really, you know, take the world by storm and really do it on his own terms. And, you know, of course, I've been doing that with my journalism career. It was only about time he would eventually do it, and he's doing it. And it's wonderful, and I'm really proud of him and the work that he's doing, and how he's going to expand that and take it to the next level, because we really do need a surefire media in this PR landscape. There's a lot of people that are doing PR with, you know, brands. Yeah, and there's no shade, right? But, you know, his master's degree in organizational leadership, we don't see enough professionals that are doing this kind of work with nonprofits, policymakers. They're doing it with, you know, restaurants and, you know, the hotels and hospitality arena, which matters, right? Like, let me be very clear. Like, it's great that there are good PR, but there's not that many good PR firms even doing that. Like, to be honest, in Philadelphia, my fave is Cashman Associates, you know. There are other PR firms out there, they're just not doing it like Cashman Associates when it comes to the hospitality, you know, events and things of that nature at scale. But what's missing is that it's a smaller bag of people that's doing public relations communications work for policy, nonprofits, you know, impact organizations, right? It's not that many of them. And there's not that many Black people specifically that's doing it with their own firms. I can think of another person that's doing that work that has their own firm that's around our age. And I don't find her personally to be, I mean, she has clients. I just don't find her ways and tactics to be my type of taste. There should be an alternative that has a little bit of dignity and some self-respect and some class. I'm not naming any particular names or people and individuals. That's not what I'm going to do. But I just think there should be alternatives. And I think he's going to fill a gap for people who are looking for those types of services from a Black-owned business that the person that's the principal running it isn't doing things that are questionable in the field. That's all I'm saying. Needs to be healthy alternatives. And sometimes you got to be the change that you wish to see. And I think the relationships I have with my friends and the networks that I have, I'm recognizing that people that I keep saying we need to have better elected officials. We need to have better policymakers. We need to have better candidates. We need to have better people in PR. We have better journalists. And I recognize I need to be a part of that change, whether it means investing, encouraging, and supporting those that I know that can do this work across the field. Because just simply saying we need better, unfortunately, I have to just go out and just put people in the field to be better. Because unfortunately, people are just not picking up fast enough. Unfortunately, people are not being inspired fast enough to just do it on their own. So I have to ring the alarm across various industries. I need to see people in these spaces. We need better elected officials. So sometimes I need to encourage my friends to do it. And I have friends who are now stepping up and being great elected officials. We're going to talk more about that later in this show. I need to see better nonprofit leaders. So I stepped into certain roles to lead a nonprofit and also encourage it. I need to see better people on boards. So I stepped up and encouraged my friends to join certain boards so we can get this shit moving. I need to see better journalism in this space. So I am consulting and advising a Black media hub with a great executive editor, producer, right? The Philly Download just announced a new editor-in-chief. Their first ever editor-in-chief is Cassie Owens, an incredible Black woman journalist that I've been friends with for years. Fun fact, our birthdays are both October 12th. We're both, proud Libras. We have the same last name. We both got our start at Metro Philly in Philadelphia. We both went to Ivy League schools. We're both in the same, family. She's AKA, I'm an alpha. What a perfect person for this role. And so now she is running the Philly Download, and I'm so happy to be a part of that. I've served as an executive advisor for the past year and a half, and there's some great work that the Philly Download is doing, and they're growing, and they're a Black owned, led media operation that's just killing it and doing some great coverage. There's some great contributors on their team and people creating content. And that was filling a void because I was not impressed with a lot of the Black media in Philadelphia. I mean, granted, Word is wonderful, but outside of Word, I'm just not really impressed with a lot of Black-owned media in Philly outside of Word, just keeping it 100. And so there needs to be a space that spoke to millennials and Gen Zers better. And rather than keep begging and asking for these publications to do that, there needs to be an alternative. And so there were people who I saw that was investing in this, putting that work in, like a Brittany Smith, right, who was doing that work. And all I want to do is be a part of that. And I'm proud to be someone that's helping to amplify and advise. They have a great board of directors. They have a great team. So that's what I do. Rather than sit up and keep waiting for these old machines to get better, I'm just going with the newer option. I'm just going to invest my time, my energy, my resources to just bring about necessary change. And everyone can do this in their cities and places and locations. Stop begging these same old funky ass places and spaces to change. They're just not going to do it. Either you take over or you just put something better in its place. We got to run candidates against these tired ass incumbents. We got to run that. And we need to run people that's willing to actually be about it and do it. There's too many smart, good people sitting on the sidelines waiting for change. We just got to be those individuals. We have to be the alternative. We do. I have gotten to a place of trying to transform. Some places are not trying to be transformable. Okay? I remember hearing a homegirl many years ago talk about this guy that she kept on trying to, change, and she wanted to change his style, and she just wanted to keep on. I'm like, girl, it sounds like you need a new. I'm not gonna say the word I said to her, but I'll say it properly on this podcast. I said, you sound like you need a new dude, honey. You need a new man. Like you keep talking about all these things you keep trying to do to change this and change that. You need a whole new man. That's too much, right? It's one thing to, recommend and enhance something, right? We all make improvements on people and people make improvements on us. But nobody is transforming me and making me something. Like, if you got to do all that, then that means you don't like who I really am. And if you don't like who I really am, that's fine. I'll go to someone who likes me, right, and loves me. And I think there are people who want to completely flip a person over. If you're doing all of that, the person that you're with is not who you really want. Ooh. I wasn't even going to walk into this conversation, but I think it is timely. Some of the things I hear people say about the people they're dating or aspire to date, you're trying to make surgical changes on a person in a way that I'm like, that's a brand new person. Which means you don't like the person you're currently with, because if you have to make that many alterations, it's one thing to say, okay, they eat meat, they're vegan, they might, maybe they might be open to being a flexitarian, right? I'm not speaking from experience, maybe I am. That's different, that's a lifestyle change, a couple of changes, right? But just completely trying to change a person's entire political philosophy, attire, social leanings, political stances and viewpoints across the board, the way in which they are sexually attracted to you, the way in which they are, their pop cultural, like that's a lot of changes. And I'm seeing people that are trying to change all. Let me tell you something. If you're trying to convert a sexist, homophobic lover that does not necessarily engage in oral sex with you, that you want to stop eating at certain types of restaurants, stop listening to certain problematic artists, if you're trying to do all of those things, you need a whole new person. It's one thing to say, okay, they are obsessed with Drake music and I want them to change their music platform. Okay, that's one thing you can work on with a person. But if you're literally trying to change, you're trying to turn them from being an incel. And let me mind you, you think they're cute, but they're a cute incel. You can't convert a cute incel, baby. Let that go. Go get you a cute somebody else. You can't do that. That's an incel's a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just hearing horror stories of people in my life that I know that are really trying to do a lot of massive changes on a person. That's just too much, because here's the problem. When you're in a relationship, a person should be able to influence you for the better too, right? But not too much, not to that extent. You should come in with a person that got some level of dignity and decency that is livable. Like, listen, I've been with the same man for 11 years. My husband and I fundamentally have a lot of things that we agree with and have in common. That's what compatibility looks like. When we first started, there were certain things about myself that he was like, hey, you could use some work on that. There were some things about him where I was like, hey, you could lose a little work on that, right? Both of us had things that we could work on. But these are not non-negotiables. To be real with you, if nothing changed about him today, if he was stuck in stone today, I'm okay. I love the man he is. I love the way he looks. He's great to me. He is perfect. And I think he would say the same about me. But I think there are some people that are getting engaged, that are trying to have long-term relationships with certain people, and there are major flaws and issues. And let me be clear, flaws are subjective, but I'm talking about within that person. There are major things about that person that does not sit well with you right now. And you're trying to force feed that. And it's like, no, if that is this, like, either is it something that you can really work with? And if it's not, don't then it's just not going to work, right? And I think people get afraid of being lonely. I think people, are trying to But then it comes up and manifests in problematic ways. The resentment, the bitterness, it shows up in different ways. And I'm talking, when I was in college, I dated this guy, cute, good man, good looking man. I'm not one of those people that's going to say any of my exes are ugly. They ain't. I don't do that. Listen, I got good taste. Let me clarify. I had good taste in the aestheticness of a man. Every guy that I dated, I was attracted to them aesthetically. I don't do that. I don't catch them type of strays. It's too many problems with men in general for you to be dating someone you're not sexually attracted to and then dealing with other bullshit. See, I don't get that. I see people do that. I'm like, what y'all, listen. Every person I've dated, I was sexually attracted to. I do not catch strays like that. I just don't. I don't get that logic. So I'm not judging. We listen, we don't judge. I'm just saying, for me, you gotta look good. So everybody I dated looked good. Now, was their soul good? Was their heart pure? Was they a decent person? No. Some of these men were not. Okay? Not all of them. Sometimes you break up with people just because it's just not the right, whatever. I'm not going to say everybody, all of my exes were just horrible, trash men, and the man I'm married to now was the best thing in my life. He is the best thing in my life. But I also want to add that you should date people that's been good to you before you find the one that you're in love with. I don't think everybody has to be shitty and crappy, and then the one person you meet that you're married to is the best. I think there has to be a variety and evolution. I do really believe that. But let me be very clear. My ex from many, many years ago when I was in college, fine man, looked good. There were certain things about him that I did like. But there was one particular aspect of him, I'm not going to get into the details, that was that should have been a non-negotiable for me. But I was just bypassing it because, what's the word? Digmatized? I don't know. I was just completely, I was just so, I just was so attracted to them. So I just wanted to bypass it. And it would show up and would come up in various arguments and issues. And I think if that is going to be a thing, then you gotta leave it before it gets worse. And I didn't leave. I should have left a long time ago in that situation, but I didn't because I was just stigmatized. And so eventually I made the decision to go, you know what? I gotta go. I gotta go. And I think, this is something that is a thing we miss out on so much, and I think we got to talk about that. So if you're in a situation, and I'm going to tell this to all my ladies, to all my fellas, to all my theys and them. If you're in a situation right now where you're talking to somebody, you want a relationship with them, or you in a relationship with them, you want to go to the next level, but there is just that one thing that got you slipping. I'm singing it. Listen, I can probably, let me not throw shade at Marie, but I like her, but girl, come on. But there may just be that one thing that you just, and it's just seriously, it is a thing. If it ain't working, if they're not going to change on that or nudge on that, you got to figure out, is this something you're going to accept? And if it's not, it's time to move on. Trust me, a better thing will come. Do not settle. Do not settle. I am so happy that I did not settle. I'm so happy. I promise you, the next best thing is coming. Get them, her, they, get them out the way so you can speed up the process to get to that better option. Because you're holding yourself back. You're holding yourself back. And it's never going to change. It's not. And even if you think you can swallow it and let it be, if you're not having that conversation and it's not moving, what the fuck are you doing? I just know there are things in my life that are non-negotiables. And everything that I have in my current marriage, whatever it is, anything can be changed, negotiable. There's nothing in this relationship that is like they're doing something or they have a belief or they're doing something that don't sit well with me at night and it just kills me. Nothing like that. You will laugh at me and y'all gonna tease me. I don't know if I've said this on the podcast, but the one it wasn't even a non-negotiable. And looking back now at my age, now that I'm past my 30s, because when we first met, I was in my early 20s. We was 21. I was 21 when we met. I'm now 33. But I think when Mr. Johnson and I first dated, he was a vegetarian. And that was literally the pain. Now, he's not anymore, but he's still not a crazy meater, but he eats meat. But that was like killing me, because we would go on dates and we would go to nice restaurants, and sometimes, I would pay for the date. I'd be like, we went to Del Frisco's one time, and I'll never forget, this was just such a thing. They didn't really have any vegetarian options. They might have it now, but back then at the Double Eagle Steakhouse, they really didn't. So he got this pasta. It was like this truffle penne pasta. There was no meat in it. And I got a steak. I got a New York strip. And I think the New York strip was like $65 for the New York strip. When the bill came, in my mind, I was thinking that, because he's vegetarian, the dates would be cheaper, or it will be, it won't be as high, because if I'm eating meat, he not eating meat. Whatever. That's a lie, by the way. Vegetarian dishes and shit, some of these places you go to, child, it is just as high, if not more. I found out the hard way. That penne puff, that truffle, whatever that shit was, it was $55. Y'all, you could have saw my face. I said, $55? What the fuck? You should have had that with chicken. It was a pork chop. I think it was a chicken breast on that meat that was cheaper than I said, penne pasta, $55. There was no meat. What the fuck? So I was irked. But long story short, I go to my family's house for the holidays. We go. And it was a situation where it was like Christmas, and literally there was nothing on the menu, the main menu, that did not have some level of meat. Okay, listen, you got greens. Either you having that with some type of hog mog. You're gonna have some. You're gonna season them with some pork. If you don't eat pork, turkey butts, but you're gonna have some type of meat to season that. The black eyed peas gonna have some type of seasoning. You just can't do black eyed peas without any type of meat. You gonna put some folks that Southern cooking, things that you don't think have meat gonna have some level of meat in it. It's some meat. Whether pork, if you don't do pork, it's gonna have some level of turkey. It's gonna have something to help give some flavoring to the vegetables. So black eyed peas gonna have some meat in there. Okay, greens gonna have some meat in there. Okay, dressing, stuffing, whatever you want to fucking call it, there's gonna be some meat in there somewhere that's gonna help season it. Okay, some meat broth, something. Now I know you could do the vegetarian version of this shit, but who does that, right? I think the only thing, when I think about that Christmas dinner that year, that did not have any type of meat in it, was the mac and cheese. Now we could have put bacon in it, but that's too much. The mac and cheese didn't have any meat byproduct in it, but the greens, the dressing, other things had some type of meat in it or connected to it, traces of some type of meat in it. And so he was, he gave in and ate it, because he was just like, he didn't eat the ham. I think we had ham. He didn't eat that, but he did give in to the greens and the other stuff. And so, and then I found out what was his Achilles heel, which is wings. He loved him some wings. And so he now eats meat. Now, I did not force him to do that. I think just naturally, I think he was ready. I also think with the vegetarian diet he had at the time, he was fatigued because he was just heavy. He had to eat a lot of carbs. He wasn't really doing it healthy. But I also, because we were in college. I mean, he was in college. We were both at Penn. And I think in the beginning, it was like, it's hard to be a vegetarian in college. Especially when you're on a college budget. So by nature, it's like, okay, let's have some protein. But I digress. I say all this to say, most things in relationships, you should be able to have conversations. And if you cannot move the needle, if there's some things that's just like what it is, you gotta figure out what you want to do. But I think a lot of people get caught up in settling. Don't settle. Please don't. It's like, this is your life, And I just think, looking back at some past relationships that ended chaotically, it's because I was trying to settle in situations that I shouldn't have did that. Because eventually it's going to blow up in some type of way. And what's the point of letting it blow out or get crazy? I would say at this point, I have amicable relationships with all my exes. I don't really communicate. I don't really talk to any of my exes, to be honest. I don't think I have any communication with any of them. But it's not because it's chaos. I hate them. They hate me. It's just, why? That's my take. Some people will disagree. Some people are cool with things. I don't know. I listen to each their own. I mean, if you were a co-parent and you had a kid or something, I do think it's important to have some like a healthy relationship, if you're married. But if you're not married, you just dating. I, I don't know. I don't, maybe because I was younger, maybe that's what it is. Some people can have friendships with exes. I want to say it's got to be beef, but because he did not get me in the mindset of, unless they were like, let's say a situation, because I have friends like this. I know people that they dated someone and then that person they dated, they was love there, but they were gay. And so they realized it was a friendship more than a sexual relationship or whatever. I can see that. Like I dated a girl in high school, but she lives in Houston. I don't know where she is now, but I could have been friends with her now if we were still. I could have been. I mean, I did love her. I did care about her, but it just. I mean, clearly, it was never. It was never that, right? It was a bond, but it wasn't sexual. Like I've never had sex with a woman before, but I did like her, and it was really a close connection, but it wasn't. It wasn't sexual. I mean, and if we were friends, and she was really nice, and I broke up with her, and it wasn't even a messy breakup. It was more like because I didn't, at the time I wasn't out, but I didn't come out to her at the time. I just was like, hey, it's me, it's not you. And that was true. Because at that point I realized I was, let me be very clear. I was always gay. I just was, in denial about, I was like, maybe it's a phase, and this is like, I was like 13, 14. This is my freshman year in high school. So this was like, yeah, like freshman year high school. Before her, I had not dated any boys, but I was attracted to boys. But I hadn't dated any boys. Like I wasn't in that mindset. But I had some crushes, but it was more suppressed. I get to high school, and again, I didn't even. This is how y'all know this is the finale, because I wasn't even gonna spill all this tea. But while we're here, here we are. So I dated this girl my freshman year in high school. I had known I was attracted to boys, but I was like, maybe it's just, just a phase, because you gotta remember where we were back then. This is like 2006. Okay? This is 2006. We've come a long way, folks. That was nearly 20 years ago. So I was like, maybe it's a phase. So I wanted to be active. I was like, maybe I'm not giving girls a try. Maybe I need to actively go about giving girls a try. But I wasn't also attracting girls. Like, girls wasn't attracting to me. But I also wasn't at that time. So I was like, maybe I need to give a girl a try. And this is my headspace. So I was in theater. I was working in a musical called Chicago. So I was a theater kid. Y'all knew that. I love Broadway. But, I meet this girl, and she's shy but cute, chill. And I'm like, oh, she seems nice. And she just really was into my personality, and we just hit it off well. And I really was like, you know what? I like her, and she's cute. I want to date her. So we date on production, during the production. She's a stage manager. I'm acting in the show, in the musical. She was the stage manager, and we have this connection, and she's cool, she's nice, she's very nice, she's very nice of me, she supports me and my personality, my taste. I was like, wow, I meet a girl who allows me to be a theater nerd and geek out. Like, this is perfect. But during the production, there was a boy who was also acting. He could sing his ass off. I was just like, oh, he is cute. But I'm like, I have a girlfriend. This is cheating. So I don't act on any of this. Respectfully. See, let me say, I was never a DL man. I was never on the down low. Let me let the record show. I was never that. And I wasn't the trade. He wasn't trading. We'll get to him in a minute. But at the time, I was really attracted to him. We're on production. And I sense at a certain point, he's attracted to me. And he wasn't out either. He wasn't openly gay, but he wasn't also had a girlfriend either at the time. So there was an energy. It was Brokeback Mountain before Brokeback Mountain, except, Ernest Del Mar was out here cheating. And Jack Twist was clearly not. he was a Jack Twist. I was an Ernest Del Mar, even though I was not, So I'm looking at him and I'm just like, okay, he's cute. But what am I doing? I have a girlfriend. I focus on my girlfriend. I had my thoughts. A man had his attractions. I was attracted to him, but mind you, he wasn't giving me any energy like that. So I wasn't, whatever. So we're doing rehearsals and, in some area or some way of the world, he gives me a hug. At a time in high school, people used to do just things that were homoerotic, like roughhousing. He gives me this hug, but the hug is a little longer. And there's a sense of when he hugs me, I sighed. What? I sighed in the hug. It was like a romantic, there's a level of me where I just released a level of, like a waiting to exhale sigh. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, oh shit, I'm laying on this. I am having a moment here. What am I doing? But I think he doesn't let go and pause. He holds me again and he's like it's like a, wait a minute, this is a different type of hug. So of course he releases and I release and I'm like, he's like, what's your number? He asked me for my number. And I'm like, oh shit. What is going on here? But again, I ignored this. I give him my number. I don't share this with her or anyone. He calls me that night. And normally I'm on the phone with her at night. So the way it would go, I'll go to rehearsal, we'll rehearse after school. I come home, we're on the phone all night. That's what couples do. I'm on the phone with her and he calls me and I'm like, oh, I gotta call you back, I gotta take this. She's like, who's calling you? I said, and I lie. I say, oh, I don't know, I think it's my mom or whatever. I lie. And I said to myself, why did I lie? Because we've never lied in this relationship. So I call him, I take the phone, and then we talk all night. And mind you, it's not sexual. It's nothing inappropriate like that, but we're just talking. And there's a level of an additional layer of comfort I'm having with him where we're talking about, I think it was B-Day, Beyonce's album. And we're just connecting even more. And I'm like, wait a minute. This is I'm at ease. And there's a part of him that's talking to me. And it's a sense to me where I'm like, I think he's gay too. But he doesn't say it and I don't say it, but we just are just talking and I'm really vibing with him. And then the next day I see him at rehearsal and he's giving me these hugs again. But they're private. We're not doing it in front of the people, but we're just, just connecting on this kinship. And it's like a secret emotional. And so I didn't have the words that I have now. But what I realized is that I'm having an emotional affair with this man. I realized I'm having an emotional affair. And I realize I'm cheating because, well, emotional affairs is subjective. But I realize that I am keeping my communication with him a secret. I'm not telling her out of fear, shame, something, because I feel like I know. And I'm kind of figuring out, am I hiding it because I'm having a friendship with a man that might be gay and I'm gay. And so maybe I'm not sharing with her that I might be bisexual, even though, baby, I wasn't bisexual. I was really gay. But I didn't have the terms. I didn't have the words. I was figuring it out. And mind you, I'm 13, 14. I'm a minor. So, judge your cat, debate your cat. But I'm understanding something. And I'm picking this up and I'm realizing. So a couple of weeks in the show, this is going on and it's getting to a point where I'm realizing, yeah, I'm into this guy. So we have a conversation and this is the breaking point. This is when I knew it was the breaking point. He pretty much tells me after a couple of weeks of us having this type of connection and conversations that he likes me. And I'm like, oh, I like you too. And he's like, no, I like you. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, I know you got a girlfriend, and look at me being the trade. I've never been the trade. Like, I enjoy anyway. And he's like, I know you have a girlfriend, and I I don't want to, I know this might be awkward, and I'm only telling you this because I feel like there's a connection too. And he says, I want to see you. I want to see you after rehearsal tomorrow. And that was a Wednesday because we always had early dismissal on Wednesday. And early dismissal was cool because every Wednesday it was, most of our parents worked till 5 or whatever after 5. So it was easy. A lot of people would, go home, do stuff, whatever. And so I was like, okay, what do you have in mind? He's like, I just want to, see you after class. I was like, where? He's like, in my place. And I was like, oh, your place. Okay. Okay, I'm down with that. But he just didn't really, he didn't say, but I just knew it was going to go down when I went there. So I had to make some decisions that night. It was one of the most toughest times in my life at the time. I mean, it was a tough decision. I was like, I know if I go there, I knew myself. There was a strong likelihood that it was going to go down. And I don't want to cheat on her. I don't want to do this. I think I know what it is. I know who I am. I know who I am, and I've come to accepting myself. I want this, and I got to break this up. I don't want to waste her time. See, this is what good men do, honey. This is how it can work. See, look at me. Somebody's listening to this podcast saying, see, that's all I'm saying. This is what the trade should do, honey. But they be playing. See, I wasn't going, no. I knew what it was, and I wasn't going to waste her time. So after that rehearsal, I told her, I said, hey, I've been thinking about it. You've been wondering, I've been acting weird. I know. And it's just like I'm going through a lot right now. And I really was. I was really wrestling. I was in a dilemma. And I want you to know that I really like you. And I just think with everything going on with me right now, I just want to be friends. And she was just like, is it me? Like, what did I do? Are you, what, I can't. I said, no, it's not you. It's not, it's just, I'm just, it's really me. And it really was me. And I really want to still be friends with you. And, I do. And she was like, okay. She was really sad because she really, really liked me. And it was a little sad because I did like her as a person. I just didn't want to be with a relationship. So she said she understood. I got on that bus. I went to his place. And I never looked back. So you got an impromptu random story about me being gay. But I say all this to say that, sometimes you gotta just not settle. I could have settled. I could have stayed with her, played those games, lied to myself, deprived myself, repressed myself. And I would have ended up being miserable. I would have ended up cheating. I would have been a piece of shit. I would have been it would have just been bad. I was not ready to come out in high school just yet. I ended up coming out later on in my college years. My high school years. Me and him dated for a long time, actually. And we actually stayed cool up into my college years. And honestly, the only reason why we just lost contact, we grew apart just personally, emotionally, but I don't regret dating him. Like, there was a connection that was real, and there was a love that was real. And it was a, he didn't come out until years after I came out. So part of it was some of that too. Cause once I came out, baby, it was like Beyonce going solo. It was like bing, bing, bong. And then once I came out, cause he didn't come out in high school, to people. I did, eventually. And when I did, that opened some doors up. I had some other options, and I wasn't saying I became a hoe after that. I'm just saying that, I just listen. I looked in the mirror and I was ready to act. So life. But see, that's the thing. Be the radical transparency, knowing yourself, knowing your body, knowing who you want to be, knowing all of that. We just got so much to do. And we just got so much we got to do. And we can do that. We can make differences in our taste, our style, our attractions, and we just got to not deprive ourselves of that. So I just wanted to put that out there. That just, I don't know where I was. I just feel like sometimes it's just great to just tell good stories and make a connection, right? So back on topic. Where do I go? Yes, okay. Summer's here. Freedom to freedom. Let's keep going. So I got a great facial at Ask Alicia, which y'all know that Alicia Pierce is my go-to esthetician on all things related to my face and my neck. She's wonderful. I've gotten this incredible facial. I do my seasonal facials, and you all saw on social media the consistent results. She's not just doing a typical topical facial. She is going in extracting. She is going in dermaplaning. If you have not heard these terms by the person that does your facials, then you're not getting a really good facial. If you've not heard the word dermaplane, if you've not heard the word extractions, if you not have heard the word micro infusion, if you've not heard dermabrasion, if you've not heard any of the words I'm using right now, then you're not getting. I don't think you're getting a good facial. Basically, the way in which Ask Alicia, okay, Alicia Pierce is doing my face is the work of God's every season, and you all see the results. This is what maintenance look like. This is what maintenance look like. This is what it looks like to invest in good quality skincare. You don't gotta get a facial every week, every month. Okay? This is holistic. This is clinical. Okay, this is good work. She's a skincare expert. She knows what she's doing. A lot of people out here are putting shit on your face and not really doing the work. She is doing the work. Okay? And she's just the way in which she does my skincare, and she has all types of things for your needs. Everybody's different, right? I get the O2 therapy, there's some lead, there's lead assessment, there's hydrofacial. She does all types of different things. If you need laser hair removals, for some services like that for acne, you need some dermaplaning, you need some other things. She does it all here. And she's just doing some good skincare. And I think a lot of people are not, they're getting the most basic facials, and I'm not saying those are not helpful, but that's just aesthetics, baby. That's aesthetically pleasing. I need something that's going to go into these pores. I need something that's going to go into this skin bed. I need something that's going to go deep, and she goes deep. And it is, it's not cheap, it's not expensive. Expensive is relative. It's not the most expensive thing in the world, but it's also not the cheapest thing either. And I think some people go out here and they're dropping $50 and $60 for a facial and expecting to get miracle results. You're going to have to drop $100 or $200, okay? But let me tell you, if done right, you're not going every single week. You're not going every single month. I go to her every 3 months. Every time a season changes, I get my entire skin system, okay, my skin ecosystem prepared. You need to renew. I always tell people there's summer skin, there's fall skin, there's winter skin, there's spring skin. Different allergies in the environment, different types of elements will do different things to your skin. You all know this. You should know this, right? And so it's important to swap out even some of your skincare products. Like even for me, like I change up my skincare product regimen when the weather changes. This hot heat, I have changed up some of my skincare products. I need things that are more hydrating. So hyaluronic acid based serums are going to be key. Vitamin C serums are key. It's warmer. The sun is warmer. I need to enhance a lot of that. Okay. So I need to also get skincare products and moisturizers that are going to be with more water solution, right? More base, more hydration, because the weather is different, right? So that's going to change things up. So it's important to make sure that when you are changing the seasons, that you're also revamping certain type of things. Do your stuff have peptides and semicides? If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you've never heard these ingredients, are you using the right things? Talking to Alicia Pierce, right? Ask Alicia, this company, right? This brand, to get my facial. It's askalish.com. AskAliesh.com. If you're in Philadelphia, in the Philadelphia area, you need to go to her. She's in Chestnut Hill. Black woman owned business. She's been credited. She's gotten so many awards and honors. She was best of Philly last year. She is a pro at what she do. What I love about her is that she's not only going to get your skin right, but she sells products at her. She has a store connected to her shop, to her parlor. She does facials, but she also sells products that helps connect the skin. She's also going to give you recommendations and a diagnostic about ways to maintain the skin after the facials. She's just a pro. She has a skincare studio. It's incredible. It's beautiful. I highly recommend her. I cannot praise her enough for how great her business is and what she do. Like, she's a pro. She works with some of the best people, the best faces. Okay, if you're a model, this is where you want to go. If you're not a model, you want to get your skincare up. You want to upgrade your skincare. This is where you go. I highly recommend her. She's been doing my face for the past year. She just has a good regimen for me. She knows my skin and my results maintain. So when you're telling me I'm glowing, how am I maintaining this glow? It's because of her. And of course, you'll say genetics. Okay. Yes, Dr. Parks, genetics, and hydration and good sex. All of these things are great because that hormone, and y'all laugh when I say good sex, but like consistently good sex helps with hormonal balance. Okay. That's also happening. I think a lot of times when where you're not getting certain voids fulfilled, it does play out. So when you're looking at I'm eating well, I'm eating good, I'm staying hydrated, I'm making sure that I keep a good skincare regimen, I'm having incredible sex on a frequent and regular basis. I am also being honest, okay? So like honesty helps it takes over the stress. I'm reducing stress. The lack of stress, like stress reduction is very key to maintaining good skin. That's why you don't see me I don't have crazy breakouts and things. I'm going to not let you motherfuckers stress me. Y'all not going to make me lose my hair. You're not going to let me get wrinkles and fine lines in my 30s. I am going to maintain my wealth and my health, and that is by not letting you motherfuckers stop me. Sometimes you got to do that. And also a good skincare expert that's helping you stay up to date and accountable to maintain your skincare needs and your goals. That is what Alicia Pierce helps me do. She is a part of my system. She is a part of my trustworthy vendors. I go to certain people to get massages and skincare. I'm not a gatekeeper. I want to put you all on to do it. I think some of you all, I look at you all's skin, you're doing too much makeup. You're doing too many topical products to cover up. If you need to get that skin on fleek, make the trip to Philadelphia, get that damn facial, get some serious skincare. Okay. It's only so much that these creams and this shit will do. At a certain point, you got to work on it. Very early in my career, I said, I want to have a face, and no shade, that does not require me to be obsessed with Botox and other things. For people that do Botox, I'm not judging you. Some people might need it, right? Botox is, look, all the things, right? There's no judgment here. But I told myself, if I start a really good a skincare system very early, I can prevent me being codependent on those type of things. Some people that are much older than me, I recognize that the skincare industry was not as advanced as it is today. So I get it. A lot of these things were not available. I am fortunate to be in a generation as a younger millennial where I've been able to take premeditative steps and skincare maintenance to get ahead of those trends. And a lot of times that happens in your 30s. Collagen breaks down the body, all types of things that you can recover from and bounce back from in your 20s, changes in your 30s. How do you get there? How do you maintain? Start practicing these really good, helpful skincare tricks and hacks and helpful holistic approaches now, so that when you get to your 40s and 50s, as you get older, you can process it. That is why when you look at certain people in my family, you go, oh, this person looks young or whatever. They were doing that very much in their 30s and early and late 20s and things. You can do that too. And it does not cost that much if you invest now. You don't have to do the crazy surgeries and facelifts and things like that later on in life if you begin to invest in that quality of skincare now. So that's what I'm doing, you know. My face is also my moneymaker. You know, it's you know, I've noticed more TV appearances. I've noticed more speaking engagements. I've just noticed certain things. I'm not gonna hold you. So I invest, and I encourage you to invest too. So outside of that, I've been doing some good vacation planning. I realized I need a vacation. So Martha's Vineyard is in August. I have already bought my fits. And let me tell you something about fits, okay? Because I like a good fit. Fits are important because, you know, I got some cute little sets that I'm going to be wearing to Martha's Vineyard. I got some cute little pieces. And I'm big about my pieces because a lot of times you go out and you want to dress up for summer. You got to get summer fits. I realized I had to upgrade my summer fits because the weather is hot, it's shiny. I need to have some cute outfits to get ready to wear for just Martha's Vineyard. And I got my wardrobe ready. I got some, you know, I got my some new shade. I got some new Gucci shades. I got another set of Gucci shades, and I got some polarized ones because, you know, I want, you know, polarized shades are in, baby. Get you some polarized shades. If you don't know what that is, they basically help you with the glare when you're like participating in activities outside in the sun. So I'm a big fan of it. Okay, so get you some, you know, get you some glow. Okay, so I'm really big on that. Other things that I'm excited about is, you know, just booking things ahead of time. Okay, put those reservations in early. One thing I did with my Martha's Vineyard trip coming up in August, I already booked all my restaurant reservations. Mr. Johnson, I got all of our reservations for restaurants we've been wanting to go to already on the calendar, already booked. Because I recognize that last year I missed a couple of restaurants because they were already booked out. So I already made my restaurant reservations for all the restaurants we want to go to. They're already booked. I already booked them because Martha's Vineyard in August is about to be crazy. And if you think you can book a reservation like the week before you go, baby, I'm already looking at restaurants that I've booked, and I've already noticed some of them are already blocked out already. So if you're somebody that's going to the vineyard, I'm telling you, like, do it yesterday. Okay? Do it yesterday. Book whatever you need to book yesterday. Because when these reservations go, they go. So I just want to be very clear about that. Because I've noticed some people are like sleeping behind the wheel on these reservations, and I don't want that to be your story. So, yeah, you know, because it's important. It's important. So I tell people all the time, you know, make sure that, you know, you're being thoughtful, you know, with the things that you're, you know, what you're planning, because the trip and the travel, it's only so much one can do. You know, it's only so much one can do. So book your reservations early. Start thinking about your fits early if you haven't already. But just, you know, get ahead of that. So, you know, this week was full of a lot of celebration and visits. You know, Pride Month is wrapping up. And there was some, you know, I guess, Pride celebrations in accordance. I went to Harrisburg, as I mentioned earlier this week on my special edition episode of Ernestly Speaking, where I talked about Zohran Mamdani, which details are going to come out. I got more updates on that race. But if you want to know my full-fledged thoughts about that race, check out the special edition episode that is before this season finale. So, you know, it's a special edition episode. Check it out. And I really do unpack my thoughts about that race in depth. But I talked about my trip to Harrisburg, and I want to give y'all some context. I may or may not have crashed the governor's Pride celebration. I was not invited by the governor directly. I came as a +1 to someone else who just was tired of the, there is a lot of just petty politics going on. And all I'm going to say is that, and I mentioned this in the special edition episode, but we're in this weird space with some Democrats, especially establishment moderate Democrats, where you all are okay working along the side of Republicans to come up with ideas, and you're willing to brag about bipartisanship with them, but you all can't even do simple bipartisan quote unquote ship or work with different types of voices within your own tent. And that just seems backwards to me. That, okay, so you don't agree with this particular person, aka myself, right? You don't agree with my politics, you don't like this, you don't like that. Okay, that's fine. But why exclude progressive voices, other voices within your party, but be quick to brag about the Republicans and the other folks you backing with, you cool with? So I just think the hypocrisy for me is just very telling, and it gets frustrating all the time to just see that hypocrisy take shape in these very bold ways. The governor, if there's talk about him having these presidential aspirations, and every time it comes up, I'm just like, how do y'all expect this man gonna be the next president when he can't even work across the aisle with other people within his own party? I just, because, and it's also antagonistic because you do it with oftentimes people of different races, ethnicities, and religions and different backgrounds. Like, do you think really beefing, quote unquote, with a Black queer person who has a massive platform in your state is really the smartest move to make, especially when you already know that it's not helpful, right? Like, people say be the bigger person to me all the time, but I'm also finding myself in issues with people that's only my parents' age, and it's just kind of annoying because it's just like, I don't know. If you're in Josh Shapiro's team, can y'all tell him to stop? Like, I don't know. Can y'all tell him to, like, just be the better example? Like, I get other people can be immature and childish. I get that. But it's like, there was just so much mess going on. And it did not necessarily have anything to do with me per se all the way. It wasn't just me. But like, there's a group called the Pennsylvania Youth Congress. There's an LGBTQ group that's based right there in Harrisburg. And he did not invite one of the leaders of that group. And I just think when it's Pride Month and you are straight, right, you're cishet, you gotta recognize that if you're going to do an event like that, you can't cherry pick your favorite gays and call it a day. It's not about you. And I just think that when I see a lot of these types of events, when people who are not in our community, now if you're in the community, yeah, you can make decisions on who you think best represents. But when you are representing a large commonwealth like Pennsylvania, you don't get to cherry pick and say, these are the gays I want because they kiss my ass 24/7. And these are the gays I don't want to have because they disagree with me on some things. Like, you don't get to do that as a straight person. I find that very problematic. And so seeing that take place and seeing some of the people that was excluded across this commonwealth, when you look at those rooms and those crowds, how predominantly white they are, how predominantly old they are to a certain extent. It's like, are you really celebrating the community, or are you only celebrating those within the community that, are your biggest cheerleaders? Especially if you're going to have Republicans in there and you're proud to say you're working with them across the aisle. Or is everything just political? Maybe I'm just reading into this more. Maybe everything is just politically slanted. Maybe I shouldn't have these aspirations for people. But I guess when you say you got people's back, whose back do you have? But I digress. But I will say I do like Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis, because that fellow Libra millennial, he's always going to make sure people like me are included. I will say, respectfully, the lieutenant governor is working double duty, and he don't get enough credit for that. Austin Davis does not get enough credit for, one, building his own reputation and likeliness and likableness across the Commonwealth, but also the fact that he does clean a lot of the governor's messes. There are situations where a lot of people really do not like Josh Shapiro. They won't say it out loud. They won't confront him about it. But a lot of times they are protective of how they go about that, because they want to make sure that Austin Davis has a political future, and they know how this governor has been, and they want to keep the ticket intact. Because Shapiro, I don't put it past him. If him and Austin Davis were not meshing, or if Austin Davis was not really showing up in certain ways for him, I wouldn't be surprised if he would decide not to run on a ticket with him when they go for re-election in the next year or so. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes, I just want to go solo this time, or not run connected with him. It would be weird, but I wouldn't put it past Shapiro to do something like that. To be clear, I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think that's going to happen. But I think that part of that is because of the way that Austin Davis has shown up to really help. Because let me tell you, that black vote, while it would have went to Shapiro regardless because he's a Democrat, the level of enthusiasm was because of from black voters, a lot of black voters, was because Austin Davis was on that ticket. I told Austin Davis that when I interviewed him on this episode of Ernestly Speaking, like I did the special edition a couple of seasons back when he was running. And I let him know, and I've said it many times, that if Shapiro just would have ran by himself, if he was primaried, I probably would have not voted for him if he had a primary challenger. If Austin Davis was not his running mate and I was not on that ticket, I would have not enthusiastically told people to vote for Shapiro. I would have not said don't vote for him, but I would have not been enthusiastic. And to be honest, I think that he knew that. I think that Shapiro knew that. And that's fine. Because you don't have to have, to be honest with you, you don't have to have people's unapologetic support. But you got to know how to read the room. One thing that I noticed when Shapiro was speaking and through his presence is that when there was conversation that came up about LGBTQ issues, when specific notations were specific about trans issues and trans youth, I noticed he didn't clap. To be clear, I'm not saying Shapiro's transphobic. I'm not making that assertion at all. I think it was intentional because there are some conflict right now in Harrisburg with the LGBT commission, with the governor's office. There is some back and forth about some of these policies because Democrats across the country are trying to figure out how they can concede to some Republican wants. And whereas there is some support and interest for gay marriage and some overall LGBTQ protections, there are a lot of Republicans, as you can imagine, that are transphobic and do not want to support anything related to trans people. And so I think this governor is trying to figure out how he can make a perfect compromise where he may not necessarily, he might ice out or cut out trans people from certain of the conversation to get some other things passed for gays and lesbians and bisexuals. But that T is getting more and more silent. And I think the struggle is that there are some people, I'm not one of these people, but there are some people in our community, because not all of our kinfolk are skinfolk, right? And not all of our skinfolk, not all of our skinfolk are kinfolk, but not all of our folks in our queer families are necessarily for all of us in the family, right? And so there are some people that are advising him that I know, and I should call them out by name, not today. But there are some gay leaders. They're white. They're cisgender. They're old. But I won't say their names yet. But they've been pushing the governor to take stances that exclude trans people to get the other legislation done. I'm an all or nothing kind of person because I have seen in history legislation and policies that would be equal, but then they would exclude certain folks. And they never get back to it. Right? We've seen organizations will say, oh, we're going to address racial justice one day soon, but let's focus on, feminism. Let's focus on this woman's issue. Even though racial justice is a part of the conversation for women's rights, they will exclude conversations of race because they don't want to make certain donors and funders, upset. So they will leave conversations around Black Lives Matter or racial equity. They'll leave that out the conversation because they need to get certain things moving. And then what's funny is that when we do that, we'll say, okay, well, what about the rate? No, they didn't want to address the racial issues. Right now, we're witnessing a situation where people are trying to say, let's get equal protections and things for gays and lesbians, and we'll get to the trans stuff later. The issue is that I don't think they'll ever get to the trans issues if they compromise now. At least I don't see that personally. When will we get there? I don't see it happening. And see, establishment Democrats want you to believe that once they get in or get power or get these positions, they'll do it. Not necessarily. And I don't think they will sometimes. I don't trust them. I don't. Because if it's not directly impacting them, they look at it as low-hanging fruit to just dismantle altogether. And we're seeing that happen. And so when I saw this governor not clap when trans things were specifically being mentioned, I think that was all about optics. Because if somebody would have filmed him doing that, some of those Republican snakes in that room that he is working bipartisan with, then it would have signaled that, look, the governor wants to support trans people. He's going to put men in, it's going to put that type of rhetoric, right? And he's dancing that line. But let me just note that there are people in that commission and in community that see what he's doing. And that is why they side eye a lot of the times in which he's acting like he is this universal guy for equal rights overall. The rhetoric has gotten watered down. It's, oh, I have your back. Do you have everybody's back? Do you have trans people's back? He's talking about people being bullied in schools. He's talking about, I'm going to go to those bullies in Harrisburg. Bullies? Bullies in D.C.? Bullies? Why are we trivializing this in this language? Like, I just don't really like how allies, quote unquote, talk about LGBTQ issues. They simplify the language like it's not an obstruction of human rights. Like bullies, see, a bully, I can just beat their ass. You just can't beat DC's ass. That's going to require a level of strategy and legislative action. And I just think sometimes the dumbing down of the way in which people think of this issue is people just being mean to people. No, they're just not being mean to people, sweetheart. They are literally taking away rights that is impacting these people's quality of life. They're taking jobs away. They're taking housing benefits away. They're taking away opportunities to stimulate your fucking economy. They're taking away consumer abilities. They're taking away protections for business owners. They're taking away and obstructing people's ability to start families, to become homeowners, to be actual first-class citizens in this country. That's what they're doing. That's not a fucking bully. A bully antagonizes. This ain't antagonization. This is dehumanization. And so when I hear this governor talk about bullies and people teasing kids for being different, what are you talking about? That's low-hanging fucking fruit. That is that is nothing. Okay? Let me get y'all together, okay? 10 years ago, the Supreme Court, through Obergefell versus Hodges, allowed for marriage equality. That wasn't a situation where people were just being bullied. That was a situation in which people were being deprived of health care. I know Jim Obergefell. I've met him many times. He's a hero. And what people got to understand about that case was that it was more than just a conversation about bullies. Love is love. What the fuck? This was not about that. This man was married. He had a civil union. He was married, but going to different parts of the country. The person he was in love with, the man he was married to, he died. His husband was named John. In certain parts of this country, he was not allowed to make decisions on how to properly care for his husband. Insurance companies, life expectancy policy plans are impacted by homophobia in the legislation. This ain't no bullies. This ain't no picking on, teasing on. We don't need some mask and shame to stand up to the bullies. Like, we need, listen, I know that is not all that Shapiro is saying. But Shapiro's philosophy and the way that he's describing this and mischaracterizing this, I just think is woefully inaccurate. Yes, there are some LGBTQ youth that is getting bullied in schools, and that shit is unfortunate. But this legislation that we're talking about is bigger than that. I'm a grown-ass man. Homophobia is not just simply impacting me based on people talking shit. What, you think that's the only way you're going to get people to give a fuck about this issue? Is to continue to talk about it in the most germane, trivialized ways? Nah. They don't care about that. Because when I was little, and I was gay, and I had certain counselors and people I was mentoring, they say, listen, these people picking on you, they put their hands on you, fuck them up. And I have fucked some people up. Literally. Okay? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I don't condone violence, full disclosure. But real rap, if you're in a position where somebody's putting their hands on you and they're violating your space and you got to defend yourself, you do what you got to do. Yeah, I don't need help with bullies, Josh Shapiro. I need you as a governor to make some legislation that is going to protect us legally, okay? Because there are laws, there are no statewide protections for LGBTQ people in this Commonwealth. And that includes trans people. It's an all or nothing game. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you skip out and you leave out trans people in this conversation, they'll make you compromise on other shit. I don't trust them. I don't know why y'all still trust Republicans, but I'm going to let y'all be great. At this point, moderates trust them because they want to be them. Let me be quiet. A moderate in 2025 ain't nothing but a young baby Republican from 2008. Find the lie. Find it. But nonetheless, I went to that celebration. We was not in the governor's mansion because it's still, getting repaired. They didn't really have any food. So I ditched it at the end and went to this event called the Budget Bash. I just crashed that party. It was cute though. They listen, I was more invited there than I was at the governor's mansion. It was some good food, some fun people. And I took a big slice out of that budget cake. See what I did there? But nonetheless, it was fun. Outside of that, I went to the office. I went to the William Wade LGBTQ Community Center, celebrating the retirement of my good friend, Chris Bartlett, who has been the executive director there for over 10 years. He is now stepping down and he is going to be a full-time archivist. He's into art history and archiving history, and he has done some really great work and had a really great exhibit that's currently there. And I'm just impressed with it. So the center is there. They're doing some good work. And he is going to just do archival work on LGBT. He had a really great grant to do some wonderful research work. And he loves to do archival work on gay history. And it's impressive work. And so, he's enjoying his retirement from that position. But he's not out of the game. He's going to still be in the community, still be lively. And for those who might be like, who am I talking about? He is the cool white guy that you all see at my events. Some of y'all are like, oh, him, I know him. He's always at my birthday parties, but we've been good friends for years. And he's always at a lot of the events I do. So if you catch me at a PJ event, my birthday, he's at all my different life moments. You definitely have seen him around. If you're close to me, you've gone on with me, you've seen him. But yeah, he's doing this thing, and so it's just great to celebrate him. My bestie Sharon came out because she knows Chris as well, and it was a great time. Other things going on. I'm going to St. Louis this week. It's a quick trip. I have a public speaking engagement that I am doing, navigating difficult conversations. It is a panel that I'm going to be, not a panel, it's a keynote. I'm doing a keynote address. And I'm excited about this event because it's so timely, especially with the work that I do. You all know I've been talking about just difficult conversations in general, but it's going to be exciting navigating difficult conversations. This is a conference that I'm working on and been wanting to talk about for a while. And this conference, they're having a conference in St. Louis at Washington University, or as people call it, Wash U. And I'm going with Mr. Johnson. We'll both be there. It's going to be a good time. And we're going to really just be, having this meaningful discourse that I am going to really be having a full-fledged discussion. So this is called Difficult. So the event is called, they have the National Resource Center, their 2025 conference. They're with a group called Difficult Dialogues National Resource Center. So they're having their Difficult Dialogues National Resource Center. I'm doing a keynote for them, and I'm talking about navigating the evolving world of dialogue in polarizing times. That is what their conference is focused on. And I'm giving a keynote address discussing this. So it's going to be really interesting. And so I'll be in St. Louis Tuesday. So if you listen to this podcast on Monday, I'll be going to St. Louis on Tuesday. So July 1st. And I'm only going to be there for a day because I have to go to a wedding. One of Barry's friends is getting married. And so there's a wedding we're going to later that week in Philly, like around the suburbs. And we'll be going to a wedding. And then there'll be 4th of Jamarcus on Friday. So, we're about to come into July and come into this entire ordeal. So it's going to be It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a really productive time. I don't like to say the word busy because busy just means you're just doing something just to do something. No, I'm going to have a very productive time. And so I'm looking forward to just the great conversations and, work to be done. So yeah, it's going to be a good time all around. So other things that I've done before we get into hot topics, I went to All Aboard Candy, which is owned by good pal of mine. Coach, it's a woman owned business. It's in Rittenhouse, and it's called All Aboard Candy. They import candy. They don't make the candy. I want to clarify this. They import candy from all over the world, actually, and it's a cute little candy boutique shop. It's open most days of the week, actually, except I believe they're not open on Mondays, but they're open most days of the week. Decent hours. They're open pretty decent. I think they're open to like 6 o'clock. Like they're open from like noon to 6, or like 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. most hours. But they have all types of candy, fresh candy, bagged candy, chocolate. And what I like about them is they have a self-serve candy station with different types of gummy candies and things, which is really fun. They are very hyper focused on making sure that they provide candy for different people, especially their self-serve area is completely nut-free. You hear that, Joe? There's no nuts. So what's great is that they're really focused on that too. Even people who have gluten allergies, they separate the candy stations. And if you're very hypersensitive to allergies, you can get a personalized bag with one of their servers in the back where they have the candy in the back and it's not around any other candies. So they will make you a personalized bag on request of certain candies that you may want to try. They have gluten-free options. They're nut-free. There's no exposure to actual nuts or anything like that. So it's really good with that front. All types of stuff. They're really sensitive to that, which I was impressed with. They make customized candy charcuterie boards, which is really fun. They make like really fun candy boards and bag boards and stuff. They sell games. They sell all kind of snacks. It's so fun. It's a really cute, fun spot. Very niche, very well air conditioned. Okay. Let me just say that, very well air conditioned. And this is a good spot. So my pal Alyssa, she does PR with Cashman Associates and also Snack PR, which is a smaller boutique PR firm under Cashman Associates. She has been doing this on the low for quite some time since the pandemic, but now she has her own storefront shop and it is very, very cute. So definitely check it out. I also stopped by Rodin's Garden on Friday. I went to the art museum, but I went to the Rodin Garden area of the art museum. They have these cute Friday events that are taking place over the summer, and it's just an open space for people to just enjoy the garden, and enjoy some of the patio area. They open it all up to the public. Entry is very easy to go. They do sell snacks and food and wines and beverages, and they're like kind of out there patio side. The weather was really nice. It was the kickoff of the summer, and I showed up there and I showed out. Okay, it was a great time. I went with Jamarcus. I went with Mr. Johnson. I had my girl Laura Schwartz. We had a cute little time, and yeah, it's a great event to go to because there's a lot of stuff happening out here. It's like it's really hard when you're like a grown ass adult and you want to find certain venues and things to go to and have a good time, which brings up my next point I'm going to bring up in a minute. But it was fun. It was grown. It was a good time. It was a good grown time. And yeah, I really liked it. Now, sidebar, am I throwing shade right now? Do I want to throw shade? Or as Jamarcus say, is that shade, Phaedra? No, I do want to say this because Jamarcus is right next to me. So I'm going to say this. I'm not going to tell the person, those details don't matter. But one of the things that's been irking me lately, and it happens a lot, but that little ding in my mind just go, let me think about this. So I've had situations where I do find myself, I don't necessarily know if the word is annoyed or whatever, but I sometimes, and Dr. Parks know this because she had an experience like this not recently, but we talked about a certain girl that I knew that sometimes people want to be super familiar with you in ways that you're not necessarily wanting to be, and they force an awkward relationship to name drop, and it's annoying because you're just like, I know what you're doing, I sense it, I feel it, and it's just tacky and it's cringy. So my friends and I, we went to Rodin and we bumped into a group. My husband knew one of the people. The other person that in particular I'm talking about, they come up to me and they're just like, hey, and I'm like, hello, and they're trying to make conversation. And, it's just an easy breezy conversation, but they were just kind of like, I kind of didn't really remember them. I remember, I recognized the face, but I couldn't pinpoint the relationship exactly because I don't really, I don't hang out with them. I don't in their orbit. And I think they just was really trying to force this, dialogue in this way that was just super, oh, don't act like you don't know me. I'm like, and in my mind, I really don't know you, dear. I really don't. And they were just name dropping and be like, oh yeah, me and your husband, we know each other. And I'm just like, but I don't really okay, but I don't know you like that. Here's a piece of advice. These things don't have to be awkward unless you make them awkward. One of the things that I'm doing now as an adult, really get as I get older, I'm going to make an awkward situation uncomfortable for the person that's being awkward. I am not about to be anyone's saving grace in a situation where people try to, I don't even want to say call me out, but put me in a bind. I will play in your face. And I'm not even playing in your face, but I'm going to, I will make you feel cringy if you try to be fake. And what I mean by that is, if I don't fuck with you and we're not close like that, and you try to enter my space and be like that with me, I will make you look like you're playing yourself. And I kind of did that to that person. And it wasn't like I was trying to be mean. It's just I just felt like they were around other people. And notice that people do this shit in front of other people. People never do this by themselves because then they'll be dead awkward, right? But they were with some other people, and I think because of, I guess I know I'm somebody, I have a presence. I'm somebody in these streets. I think they were really trying to flex in front of a group of people, and I kind of was not biting. It's kind of like that episode where Dakota Johnson was in an interview with Ellen DeGeneres, and Ellen was trying to play it off oh yeah, girl, you was at my party, you didn't come. And Dakota Johnson was I wasn't invited. And Dakota stood on that, and was you didn't invite me, Oprah, not Oprah. She says, you didn't invite me, Ellen. I was not invited to your party. And Ellen was I trying to joke it up, but Dakota was girl, I'm not about to sit up here, bitch, I'm not about to sit up here and play with you like that. That is the energy that I'm going to Dakota Johnson these hoes. I am going to do that because I am not about to let you all sit up here and clout chase and play off of me like that, especially when I started thinking about why I wasn't crazy about this person. I cannot tell y'all who it is, and I really want to tell y'all so bad. Let me just say this. If you are a close friend of mine, DM me, and I will tell you who the person is, and we will laugh together. But I am not going to broadcast this to everybody. I'm not going to put this person on the spot. I'm not going to do this. But if you know me and we're really friends, I will tell you. If you ask, I will tell you. But you can't be somebody that's distant. You got to be close to me because you can't be out here running your mouth. But anywho, I'll tell you who it is. And you'll be like, ciao, them. And I'm like, mm-hmm. Well, now they know they was being fake for that. You gonna know who it is because they really should not. Because I'm you can't possibly like me because I definitely am not a fan of what you do. Not who you are, but what you do. It's taking a lot of me not to say, fuck it, this is the finale. I would just say that I may or may not have reviewed a certain event that they've had that might have involved libations and said that the event was poorly planned and I executed that well. And they've done this before, and I just don't think their events are that well executed. And I think that the way that they charge for the events is not replicable to the experience that they have. And, whether it's rosé wine or, I'm just talking hypothetically. I'm not naming, I'm just saying. Anyway. So that being said, I just do think it was just awkward, again, to be put on the spot. Dakota Johnson, these folks, y'all. Okay? Dakota Johnson, these folks. What I mean by that is, if you get in a situation where people try to really play like they know you and they cool with you, put them in an awkward position in front of their friends where you're like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. Well, when was the last time we saw each other? I don't recall that. Oh, you said hi? Oh, I don't remember that. Like, play with them and be fucking for real. Because sometimes you gotta let people know not to play with you. And so that's kind of what the situation was. They was just consistently trying to drop all this. And I was just looking very and I had my shades on, child. So you know behind my shades, my eyes were being rolled. But I kind of was just there and I think a couple people see me do this. I think, yes, Dr. Parks have seen me do this. Jamarcus, every other week, have seen me do this. But I just don't like when people do that. It's, you know what you do? See a person, say hello, how you been, and just keep it the fuck moving. All of that extra trying to create a bond that's not there. Y'all be for real. Be for real. Yeah. And then when I left, she tried to be like, oop, I was not going to announce the gender. But the person was just like, oh, don't act like you don't see me. We've seen each other 7 times. I'm like, you know the number? And first of all, it was not 7 times. It was probably about maybe 3. It wasn't that, it was not that many times. But they were just aggressively try to forge this relationship. And they were like, yeah, and I know your husband worked at the last job. And then, of course, I asked Mr. Johnson when we left, I was like, how well do you know this person? I don't really know them like that. I'm like, okay, so I know I'm not crazy. Because it ain't like that. It's just not like that. So it's just, don't do that. Don't be that person. And here's the thing. Some people might be, and this gets a little creepy, but some of y'all do that thing of oh, you're my best friend in my head. Okay. All right. That could be the thing, but then you have to keep it in your head. You know what I mean? Because it's weird if you meet a person in real life and you really don't vibe with them. And I get it. I get the parasocial relationships that people be having on the internet. But you got to realize that in real life, you sound weird. When you meet a person that you've never really known, the best thing to just do, and I've done this, I'm talking from experience, so I'm not talking out of turn here. You go to the person, say, hi, hello. Oh, I see your stuff on the internet. I read your articles. I see your things. I really love the work that you're doing. It's really great work. And, you're just really awesome. And it's just great to see you. That's what I do to people. There's some folks I see online. See, to be honest, not really in Philly, because Philly is Philly. But when I go out to LA, when I travel New York, when I go to some different media events and I see journalists that I respect that's not in Philadelphia, that I don't actually have no relationship with, that's where I go when I do that. I am who you all are to me in Philly, to other people in LA. Just a fun fact. Sometimes people are dickheads in real life. They say don't meet your heroes sometimes. Sometimes you don't need to meet your heroes. But sometimes you meet your heroes and they're fabulous, okay? But when I go out to the industry, when I go to these industry parties and stuff, when I go to the Grammys, go to these different places, I see certain people and I'm not even talking about like celebrities. I'm talking about actual journalists and online folks, right? Certain folks. I have seen some people in real life and I'm we'll go up and say, hey, my name's Ernest. I'm a journalist in Philly. I just want to tell you, man, I love your podcast. It's really thoughtful. It's insightful. I learned so much from it. It's just great to meet you in person. And I saw this one episode where you talking about this and I can relate to that. I just want to tell you that, keep it the good work. I love that. I do that to people and people do that to me. That's what you do, But what if I walk up on somebody and I've seen people do this at parties, industry parties. And it's yo, Chris, what's up? Hey, Kid Fury, what's up? And Kid Fury, because it's a true story. I've met him. He's great. I'm a big fan of Kid. I've been a big fan of Kid Fury before the podcast he had, before the read. great guy. Met him in person, phenomenal. He's a nice man. But if I went up to him and did some weird shit like, yo, what's up, kid? He like, who is this? Yeah, I see you over there by the cheese. Yeah, I know, because you don't even like cheese like that, man. You was at this music festival. We was the same music festival, whatever like that. I walked past you, man. Like, you was doing your thing. Blah, 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 blah. First of all, that person look at me like, who the fuck? Who are you? What you mean? Like, you sound like, that's weird. That's weird. Don't do that. Don't be weird. It's okay to admire someone and give a compliment like a regular person. I don't get that. I don't know why people, like, where's the etiquette? Do I need to fucking write an etiquette book? Like, where is the simple, basic, maybe I should do a coffee book on the modern standards of etiquette in the 21st fucking century. Like, there's just certain, like, I should just do a whole little fun book writing out various social etiquette cues for grown folks, the Ernest edition. Like, just tell you all the things on etiquette and dining. Like, I should do a whole little fucking coffee book, guidebook on just simple fucking etiquette for the millennial Gen Zers guide to etiquette in the 21st century. Like, I don't know. Maybe that needs to be my next book, because I just feel like there's just etiquette that's fucking missing. And somebody's got to talk about it. And maybe my experience and my argument is that I, as someone who's going to various red carpet events and mainstream conferences, maybe I should just do it. Because some of y'all are lacking that. And I don't feel like there's an etiquette book for it. Like, there should be a whole, you know what? See, look at me. Let me put that in the back of my head. Let me put that in my notes for things to reconsider down the road. Because there's just a lot of weird, just energy for no reason. No reason. Just saying. Just put that in the thoughts. I always was digressing all that, but I go back to say that this is connected to my debut that I made in, I had a debut in this publication. I am now a writer at the Philadelphia Citizen. Yes, I'm going to do some casual writing. I'm busy doing a lot of writing in some other places, and but I do want to do some casual opinion pieces to put my thoughts out there to different, audiences beyond just simply my social media pages. And sometimes I find myself writing on social media so much that sometimes I'm like, this could be an article. But a lot of times, and let me say this, everything that I write, I don't sometimes want to do articles on or op-eds on, because I have to deal with editors. And sometimes, and let me say, it's not about grammar or anything like that, but editors that you have to argue about points. And sometimes I don't feel like debating about things that's just on my fucking mind. Sometimes I don't want to just simply, write a full, sometimes everything's not meant to be articles. Sometimes it's just meant to be a couple of, tweets or something, right? Sometimes I just don't want to argue about things that are my opinion, and I don't want to feel like having to put 1,000 different, consider all these different things. Sometimes I just want to just speak from my heart and get off my chest and let that just rock where it's at, right? And I think sometimes when you're in newsrooms and in journalism, which, again, I have no critique about the process, but I do think sometimes, when you're in that field, people want you, that sometimes working with editors can be daunting because you have to, they don't get back to you. The point then moved on. It's not landing the way that you want it to. Sometimes the deadline, sometimes it just drags. Sometimes you just want to say something right now and it doesn't, publishing can take forever. And so there's a lot of reasons why everything I write online does not become articles, because a lot of times you just don't want to deal with that process. And so I'm at a phase in my career where I have a platform where I can get out ideas without necessarily always needing to put it in an op-ed or put it somewhere. However, there are times where I write something that I feel like, I want to get paid for it. I want to put it somewhere that's going to have an impact and have the right ears and eyes listening. And it can be a vehicle for other issues and discussions that are bigger than just whatever's on my mind at that moment. And so that's how I navigate choosing between an article or just something I'm going to put on social media, you know? And then sometimes it may not even be an article. It could just be a podcast episode because this podcast does exist. So there's a lot of ways that I go about it now. I'm afforded a lot of media platforms I'm fortunate enough to have to be able to convey my thoughts and my ideas in a timely fashion through different platforms and mediums. So this, with the Philadelphia Citizen, what I like about that publication is that they are very intentional on publishing meaningful opinions and writings and things, but it's also focused on a direct action of sorts when it comes to a call to action or a solution or something of that nature. Sometimes some of the things that I like to talk about, I don't necessarily have a solution, nor is that the point of the piece. Sometimes some pieces don't call for solutions. Sometimes you just want to educate and get things off your chest. And I feel like I have outlets to do that already. But what I like about the Philadelphia Citizen is that sometimes I do have a big idea or a bold idea, and I want to put in a space where there are people that are reading and looking for big ideas or solutions. And I want to write in a way that curates the ideas I have to put it in a place that is going to be solutions oriented. And that the Philadelphia Citizen, which is a local publication, is independent in Philadelphia. That is that outlet. And I really like it. I read them a lot. Like I read them all the time. I was always a fan of them. But I never, at the time I was like, well, what would be a good fit and would it make sense? Can I do it? Yada, yada, yada. I was inundated with so much other stuff. But I was like, I'm still at Philadelphia Magazine, to be clear. I work with editing big projects. I don't do the daily, weekly op-eds for them as much anymore because they're shifting their priorities more towards lifestyle types of things. And they do some bigger pieces in their magazine, but those are like bigger investigative pieces and projects. The daily humdrum of writing opinion pieces every week, on the week, every day, I'm personally not as enthralled by it because I think the Trump administration, the Trump's reelection, the era we just had with Biden, I don't feel like people, like the think piece culture, I think is, I don't want to say a dying art. I just think that the way in which people are consuming media, that's not as tracting as much as it used to. And also I think because there's other ways to get those points across, that trying to get people to go past a paywall, all that shit just is just not it, in my opinion. Other outlets are just churning out opinions so much now that I feel like they've become, I'm not necessarily worthless, but they don't have as much bang as they used to have. So where is that space to do it? Podcasting, social media, that's just where it's at for that. Does that mean I don't write? No, I do like writing online. I do like writing articles and some other things, but I'd rather put my writing in other bigger things. Stay tuned. I'm going to be quiet. But I say all that to say that I'm recognizing the diversity of my platforms, and I want to make the most bang for my buck and make the most impact I can. And that requires me not to just be codependent on the same ways I've done things in the past now. There is, and some of y'all noticed this, I've definitely noticed it on my back end, but there is an interesting phenomenon happening right now with my career and just my content. I have noticed that I've gotten more visibility, more eyes and traction, and I'm just trying to figure out exactly why. I don't have all the answers, but part of me thinks that it is the diversity of how I'm using these platforms. I am doing some things. I'm experimenting with the way in which I'm talking about things, how I'm engaging, and I'm evolving on how I'm using these platforms to get the things that I want to get done. And I think some of it is also this podcast, but also just like investing more into new media. So if it's not broke, don't fix it. And I think that's where I'm at with it. I'm not holding myself to just sticking with the same means. There's got to be some spontaneity. There's got to be surprises. There's got to be experiment. There's got to be all of the things, you can't just be forcing it. And I think that's where a lot of people struggle because they just want to just jump on whatever trend. I don't have a Substack. I just don't find it interesting right now. I know people are doing it. I do follow some stuff, but I'm not crazy about it right now. Look, y'all remember I wasn't crazy about podcasts at first until I saw myself in it. I have to see myself in it. Am I saying no to Substack? No. I'm just saying right now, I'm not going to create it just to create it, you know? Um, TikTok, I don't like TikTok. Look at TikTok. TikTok is still doing its thing, but it's in that interest. It's reached its peak. It's at that place now where it's about to plateau. I know there are people that's addicted to it, they're into it, but it's reached a plateau. Like, it's gotten corny now. It's not completely thrown out the trash yet. I know there's still some value to some people with it, but there's a point of it now where I do think it's reached its optimal peak. And you want to figure out, when does those moments happen in history with trends? And I think a lot of times I find them connecting with elections and politics. So I think TikTok hit its ultimate like peak in this past election cycle. Like, we saw the heights of heights with it, and now at this point, I'm not saying it's completely flopped and collapsed yet, but it's slowly but surely, like, the enthusiasm of it is gotten redundant. Because that's what I think. I think TikTok, the last time we had TikTok was during the Biden administration when he was running, and it hadn't really taken off yet. It really took off during the pandemic. But when Biden ran for president, it was getting there, but people weren't really all the way outside yet. But I'm willing to bet that by 2028, we're not going to be talking about TikTok anymore. We'll either be off it, it would have folded, or it would just be kind of just there. It will get past its point. Yeah, I don't, it's just, yeah. I've seen, it's crazy enough that I've lived now at a point in my career where I have seen trends come and go and have stayed. Like Snapchat, I wasn't into Snapchat like that. Kind of came and went. Twitter is in a very interesting space right now. I mean, I still have Twitter, but if you notice, I'm not really on Twitter like that. I mean, I do a little bit of retweeting and stuff here and there, but ever since Elon Musk has owned it, it's just lost a level of, I mean, there's things happening I do see, but I don't give as much as my energy and time and activity to it as much, because so many people have left the platform. And I'm not running the Blue Sky. I'm not running the Threads. Ugh, not doing that either. So where do I go? Where do I build this? I just feel like Instagram has been the universal space. Facebook is just for family and friends at this point for me. LinkedIn is cool, but it's just like work, professional shit. I just feel like Instagram, I feel like, has all my elements I need. I have the front post. I got my IG stories. That's when Instagram got the stories, I think that was their saving grace, because the Instagram posts alone, they're okay, the visual, whatever, but I have found ways to communicate, and so that's where it's been most of my engagement. It's really, I would say Instagram is the main core now. I don't have the most followers on Instagram compared to Twitter, or X, but I find the most enthusiasm and traction for me as of right now through Instagram for various reasons. Because everybody's left the other platforms. Some people left Facebook, some people left Twitter, but nobody's left Instagram. That's very telling. And yeah, it's very telling. Um, mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. So much tea, so much tea to be spilled. But let me talk about this piece, because I know that was part of, being at the Citizen. So my piece was talking about how not to age out of the city's ecosystem, like the city's nightlife. I'm 33, be 34 in October, and at this point, downtown is just not really my vibe. there was some recent tea that just came out that, Center City Sips is shutting down. Okay, three restaurants, the restaurants on Sansom, the DDG, the other spot. It's a bunch of spots. Um, but they're shutting down, baby. They are shutting down. And when I heard this news, I gagged. But they're not like closing down like their entire establishment, but um, it's Time, Vintage, and DBG. They withdrew from SIPs because they're describing the area as being chaotic, basically. It's a lot of rowdy crowds on that stretch of Sansom Street. And now those three bars are pulling out of Center City Sips. Yeah, it's a big deal. And part of the reason why is because it's just evolved. They're not happy with the happy hour. Stuff is going out of control. They're saying basically that the large crowds are not turning into um they're not turning into spaces where people are trying to actually do business. Like, okay, so you see those large crowds, right? Some of y'all see these videos on social, and I talked about this like a couple of weeks ago when Center City Sips kicked off, right? My brother loves it, by the way. But and the gag is he used to go over there to DBG. That was his little spot, that Time Vintage area. But shoot, he got to go somewhere else now because basically those crowds are not necessarily going there to buy drinks. They're not making money off of that crowd. That crowd is actually turning people off. It's creating all types of traffic issues, blocking out roads. Apparently, it's gotten to the point where people are like turning into their own little corridors of business. They're selling shit. They're selling liquor. They're selling all kind of stuff. They're actually not patronizing that, but they're actually doing side hustles. Apparently, somebody was doing like margaritas and tequila. It's crazy. So yeah, so yeah. Um, but yeah, it's so much um more to be said about that. I think too many people are not getting it. But needless to say, that's not my crowd. People my age, that's not my crowd. That's not my crowd that is going to that. At least people my age. I mean, I'm not going out there. And so when I started thinking about that experience with just my brother going to Central City Sips and how he feels excited about downtown, I'm just like, unless there's a restaurant opening, unless I'm going to a gala, or unless I'm going to a theater show, I'm not really downtown like that. Like everything, like at some point, I feel like even though there's a lot of things opening downtown, restaurants and stuff, it's just restaurants. But outside of restaurants, what else is there to do downtown? Like for people my age, okay? We talking grown folks. We talking folks like that's okay. You don't want to go to a nightclub, like past the nightclub bar shit, the rooftop shit. Okay, past that shit. What else is there to really do? Like I love the theater scene. Like I'm always going to plays and musicals. But like, what else is there? It's not that much. It's not. It really is not that much downtown in Center City. Like the nightlife scene in Philadelphia is just not as diverse as it could be. And so I wrote in this piece about just that challenge of like, okay, I'm in my 20s. I mean, I'm out of my 20s now. I've exited my 20s. I'm at a space in my life where I'm not saying put me in, the most driest ass things, but I've gone to Chicago like 4 times in the past year. Like I went to a convention. Mr. Johnson took me to Usher for my birthday. I saw Cowboy Carter. I went for my book tour. Like I've been to Chicago so many times, and every time I go, there's just something different happening over there. And it's like even in Houston, like Houston got an aquarium. Speaking of aquariums, I went to the one in Camden with Mr. Johnson on Friday, and it was cute. That was cute. They had a kaleidoscope. They got a new kaleidoscope exhibit, aquarium exhibit there at the Adventure Aquarium Adventures. Really fun, by the way. Shout out to them. And there's no aquarium in Philly. I heard there used to be one or something like that. But like in Houston, there's like an aquarium and they do like nighttime events and real cool like mixers and things. We got all types of different types of like outings and tastings and just everything's just different. Like we just don't do enough fun shit here in Philly for people who, I'm not saying senior citizen level, but I'm just saying, what are you doing for the folks that's in their like, mid 30s, 40s, even 50s, at this point, because 50 is the new 40 out here. Like, what are you doing for folks? Like, what kind of stuff is there to do on a consistent level that does not require going to a nightclub or going to a rooftop? I just ask these questions because the reason why is because, the city put out their night report, the night mayor or whatever had his report and did this big, huge report about, this is that, we're, the economy, this is a multi-billion-dollar economy for the city of Philadelphia. We're making this many jobs and this. And I'm just sitting there looking like, all that's great, right? But what are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about right now? So these are the type of frustrating things. It's like, I get that there's a lot of money happening in nightlife, but for who? Who is this nightlife for? And can we get creative to expand it? So I talk a lot about this in the piece. Go to Philadelphia Citizen, check it out. I share the promo of it on my Instagram. It's all there. So if you haven't read it, you can check it out. Look it up online. Click the link in bio or my if you go to my Twitter link in bio or my Instagram link in bio, the article is there. You click there and it's you can pull it up and read it. But yeah, it's just like these are the questions that I have because I'm just seeing so many people. It's like I'm finding fun in other cities, and I just want that to be in the city I live in. Like to a certain extent, like I just want there to just be options, and I'm not comparing it to like New York City. Like New York City is like the biggest city in the country, or even LA, right? But like Chicago, we could do some things like Chicago. We can incorporate fun night festivals more. Like we could do more, day party-ish type of vibes. And I mean not parties, but like, festivals and gatherings and art galleries and music exhibitions and we could just do so much more. And, things like the Rodin Garden at the Art Museum was popping. Like that's fun, right? And it doesn't require the craziness of it all, right? So I like stuff like that. But I was like, we could just do so much more of that in the city and get more creative and out the box. Because right now, all the city is doing is just selling us out to chains. It's always a new chain coming to Philadelphia, or it's a gimmick coming to Philadelphia. And speaking of gimmicks, and I'll say this before we get into our hot topics, but the gimmick is Newsroom. Newsroom is trash. I don't know if y'all heard about this new speakeasy that's like from New York and it came to Philly or it's New York inspired, some shit like that. But they come here with this brand new, the food is terrible. It's got a bad review in Philadelphia Magazine. But there's been debate about it because people are like, oh, well, what could be so wrong? Everything. The food is trash. The venue itself isn't. And I've already told y'all this already. But now that it's been mainstream and people are talking about it, I told y'all this. I told you about this place. Again, the city I just get tired of the gimmicks with the city. Like everybody wants to either do a new chain restaurant or chain spot, right? Or it's a rooftop or a speakeasy. Like that's all Philadelphia is doing right now. It's like everything is, oh, this new rooftop somewhere in some gentrified neighborhood. Oh, this new speakeasy, hidden speakeasy somewhere, or some corny ass new bar that nobody wants to go to in Northern Liberties. Like everything is always the same rollout gimmick. And at some point, you just gotta go, enough. Like also omakases. Like everybody wants to do a sushi omakase spot in Philly. Like it's just so many goddamn omakases. And there are some that are good, right? Like Royal Izakaya is great. But like some of these spots popping up, it's like everybody wants to do sushi. Everybody do omakases. Like is that the trend? Everybody? How much sushi can one person eat? I mean, my goodness. I just remember when I was at Eater, there was just like a wave. Like I think every month I was getting invited to a new sushi's omakase spot. And at this point, I don't even think I want sushi. Well, maybe in the fall I might go back to sushi. But like, it's just so many. I'm so sushi'd out, y'all. I started to smell. No, I didn't smell like fish. But it could have got like that if I didn't have good hygiene and a good pH. It could have fucked up my pH. If I would have kept eating all that damn sushi, it would have been a problem. But like, there was a bunch of omakases opening up in Philly, like last year. Like every month I was getting press releases of a new spot somewhere. And they were not in Chinatown, okay? And first of all, sushi is Japanese. So some of y'all was like, where's the spots that are in Chinatown? Somebody asked me that. I was like, no. But they're all over the city. But a lot of them are, Rittenhouse has a couple of them. But there's also some places that done disappeared. And no one has said anything. Have anybody noticed that? I've noticed that. Like a couple of these like random sushi spots that popped up has either been relocating or just disappearing altogether. And I think that's quite interesting. But let me be quiet. Let me not be spilling the tea. I've just noticed that. Just a trend. But I digress. Yeah, I'm just not crazy about Newsroom, clearly. And I don't recommend it because it's trash. Just saying. So, moving along. To hot topics, finally, I guess some will say. But some of y'all, you know, we're not going to be together for literally 2 weeks. So this is an opportunity for those who are going to be missing me next week because, you know, next Monday, there will not be a new podcast episode. Some of y'all, you know, savor this one. This is a good one. This is going to be a super long episode because I've already went, 2 hours and just how I'm doing. But that's because I'm giving you a dumb jumbo deluxe edition because you ain't going to have me for 2 weeks. This vocal rest for 2 weeks. So, you know, I'm not even going to be hard on myself. Y'all going to enjoy another long episode. It ain't like you're not liking them because you got to, you know, listen. Some of y'all be telling me you love stretching episodes out because each week, somebody said each day you listen to an hour a day until Friday and then you get ready for next weekend. I don't know what you do. But however you listen to my podcast, it is what it is. It's meant to be digested. We're not like the Daily where because people talk about the Daily do their episodes like an hour or 30 minutes. I say, yeah, because they do a fucking episode every fucking day. I only do an episode once a week. So I got to make this shit stretch for 7 days for new listeners asking questions. If you, listen, y'all don't say that when Joe Budden does them long ass let me be quiet. Listen, some of your favorite ones, Joe Rogan, all of them, they got long ass podcast episodes. All the Joes. Joe Rogan, Joe Budden, Joe on, okay, and get Joe with you. And Ernest deserves to speak earnestly. Just saying. Now back to these hot topics. So apparently, Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. Ha, 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 ha. Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. It's obvious he wants to have this ceasefire between Iran and Israel. There's been certain dimmers. Initially, there was one, so people didn't know what the fuck was going on. Listen, I'm not shocked about Trump lashing out at this point. Y'all are so shocked doing your little fake ass, the president. It's like, oh God, shut up. Like, stop it. Why are we surprised? This is, I don't know why people, like, I get so annoyed with the media. I have to say that. Because I'm sitting here just looking like, what are y'all shocked about? What are y'all, like, what are we talking about? Like, oh, he said the F word. He said grab her by the pussy 9 years ago. And now he's saying fuck and you guys are shocked? I'm just trying to understand the shock. It's like we're past the point of respectability. Expecting respectability from this president is expecting the most, unfortunately. So yeah. So he wants a ceasefire. He's claiming there's going to be one between Iran and Israel. They're trying to work something out. Possibly there might even be a ceasefire in Gaza. Hopefully that could be happening because apparently in this negotiation between Iran and Israel, they apparently want a ceasefire with Gaza. Israel's trying to work out that. We're in a moment right now where there might be multiple ceasefires taking place. Stay tuned this week. Maybe fireworks will go up. as Beyonce heads to DC on 4th of Jamarcus. We'll see how this lands. There's a part of me that's a little like mixy about this. Like, I don't know if I'm fully convinced. I don't know. I don't know if I fully buy it. You know what I mean? Like, there's a part of me that's kind of like, maybe, maybe not. Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. I don't know. Because at this point, I didn't walk in thinking that we was going to have the shit we was going to have last week either. So at this point, you just got to just stay eyes to the ground. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see these ceasefires go down. Maybe, but we got to watch carefully. So that's that. In other news, this big, beautiful bill that Trump keeps talking about is looking like it might get passed. There's been a lot of people that have thoughts about it. You know, there's a lot going on right now with this big, beautiful bill, quote unquote. You know, the Senate Republicans have their latest version of this massive spending and tax bill. I was looking at it late Friday because they're trying to have a very ambitious July 4th deadline. That is what they want. They want to approve this legislation that will be considered a centerpiece of the president's second term agenda. Now, the House nearly approved it, and this, you know, it addresses this president's tax, his defense, border, energy priorities. All this shit is going on. But the senators, the Senate Republicans, they are making some changes. You know, they're trying to find a middle ground to appease the upper chamber. That is what I'm hearing from the GOP leaders. That they want to find this middle ground to appease the upper chamber without alienating the House Republicans, because, you know, they will have to approve the Senate changes before the bill can go on the president's desk for his signature. So the gag is that the Senate has to make some changes. And some of this stuff is that he wants to extend his 2017 his tax cuts. You know, that's some of the stuff that he wants to do. Yeah, he's got a lot of things he wants to do. He wants to do this no tax on tip shit. It's a lot of different dynamics. And so there are some people that already have regrets about it. Republicans who already passed it, when they found out certain stuff that was going on, they actually wanted to go back. They would have rescinded their bill because this is a narrow House. So the Senate's trying to put their stamp on it. And there's a lot of dynamics here, right? Because there are Republicans contending with the input of the Senate's rule keeper, you know, this parliamentarian. You know, they've been weighing on the bill's components to determine whether or not they may fly, right, under the reconciliation process. Now, this is what allows the Republicans to move forward with the bill without any support across the aisle. The problem is that they're going to have to talk to some Democrats. They're trying to not do that, but it's getting real sticky. So some of the updated version of this big, beautiful bill, and I hate saying that, but unfortunately that's where we're at, remains in influx, is connected to Medicaid restrictions. So they now want restrictions on Medicaid, which provides government-sponsored health care for low-income and disabled people. What I'm hearing is that they're trying to figure out what part of that, right? They want to impose work requirements for some able-bodied adults and more frequent eligibility checks. That's what they kind of want. But the parliamentarian of the Senate, who is a woman, has determined that a measure of cutting federal funds to states that use Medicaid infrastructure to provide healthcare coverage to undocumented immigrants, along with banning Medicaid from covering gender transition services, isn't in compliance with Senate rules. So they're going to have to go back. They can't just do that. Like, it's going to have to go back. So that's up on the ground, right? Then there's the issue with increasing the state and local tax deduction, or as people know, SALT, S-A-L-T, state and local tax deduction. That's what they call SALT. In the acronym is SALT. So this is a package that also includes an increase to the cap on state and local tax deduction, raising it from $10,000 to $40,000. After 5 years, it will return back to $10,000, which is a departure from the House passed bill. Now, this is a major sticking point because, according to CBS News, blue state Republicans threatened to withhold their support without the increase to deduction. But with no Republicans hailing from blue states in the Senate, the upper chamber has been contending with its own dynamics because the senators there are not coming from blue states. But you got some congressional folks that are Republican Congress people that are. So this is going to create a problem. They got to figure that shit out. Then there's the restrictions on food stamps, right? The Senate bill is going to still shifting the cost of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. That is SNAP, which is known as SNAP or food stamps to some states. The program is currently funded by the federal government. Now, under this new look, the federal government will continue to fully fund the benefits for states that have an error payment rate below 6%, which they're going to begin to do in 2028. However, states with error rates above 6% would be on the hook for 5 to 15% of the costs. So states are also given some flexibility in calculating their share. So there's some situations there because Hawaii and Alaska would receive temporary exemptions from the cost sharing requirements based on their being continental, states out of the 48 within the continental U.S. unit, right? The union, right? So Alaska's a little bit on its own. It's like a little space outside the 48. And of course, Hawaii is as well. Then there's also the issue with addressing the debt limit, right? The legislation will raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion, which is going beyond the $4 trillion outlined in the House passed bill, as Congress faces a deadline to address the debt limit later in the summer. It's a problem. The Treasurer, Scott Bessent, has urged Congress to address the debt limit by mid-July because apparently, according to CBS News, outlining the U.S. could be unable to pay its bills as early as August. And that is when Congress is on recess. So they got to figure this out. These Republicans in Congress are aiming to bypass negotiating with Democrats on this issue. The budget reconciliation process that governs the package requires a simple majority rather than a 60-vote threshold to move forward with the bill. So in other words, they'll need 2/3. That's what we're hearing. We'll see. There's issues on the child tax credit, limits on overtime and tips deductions, changes to the standard deduction. There's also an asylum fee, which is basically a minimum $100 fee for those seeking asylum, which is down from the $1,000 fee that was outlined in the House bill. So they're saying that the Senate parliamentarian ruled out the $1,000 fee for anyone applying for asylum and other fees on diversity immigrant visas. Interesting enough. There's also some real work on this AI moratorium, which, let me just say that I'm not a fan of AI, okay? Because my issue with AI is that there's a lot of, there's some environmental issues with it. I was reading recently that a ChatGPT search requires 10 times the amount of energy and electricity than a simple Google search. This is what happens when you don't regulate something. AI is I get why it requires so much energy, because the common sense stuff of us as people that just do that extra mental work, we're going to now kill our water supply and everything else trying to fuel this shit. It's not worth it. It's bad for the environment. As somebody who is all about environmental work and labor and human intellectual property, everything about AI, it doesn't scare me. It just disgusts me. I think we just need to have a different conversation, right? Everybody's talking about AI as a technology that we need to just embrace and all this, but it's also a disease that's going to ruin our environment and ruin our human supply and our human resources. And it's very expensive as a technique. I don't see the sustainability with AI. I don't see ChatGPT sustainability. Something's going to have to change. So there is a revised proposal on a 10-year moratorium on state regulations on artificial intelligence, also made it into the Senate bill. They're revising it. The updated provision provides federal aid to states as long as they do not regulate AI. So there is some federal aid to states as long as they do not regulate AI. But according to Democrats on the Senate Budget Committee, the parliamentarian determined that the provision is in compliance as long as the conditions only apply to the new $500 million provided by the reconciliation bill. So there is an amendment there, which is pretty good. So now they're not automatically putting a 10-year moratorium on it. They're just basically going to provide federal aid to states as long as they do not regulate AI. Well, states are going to do that, and they don't give a fuck about that federal aid. Some people might be compromised by those companies, but not everybody. So there's a freedom there. And then there's also some conversations around public lands. So it's a lot there. It's a lot to work with there. But I just want you all to know what's up and stuck. I think it's important to break down some of these budget stuff because this is our taxpayers' dollars. This is what's impacting us on a federal level. And we know what's going on. So just want to provide some insight on that. Now, I don't really sing, but I do think that I could not talk about this without singing this, because I do think, is you say daddy's home for me, and I know you've been waiting for this loving all day. You know your daddy's home for me, and I know you've been ready for Listen, I never thought that when this song came out, which was around the summer before my freshman year of college in 2010, when that great album called Raymond versus Raymond came out, that 15 years later, this song, Hey Daddy, by Usher, would be used by President Donald J. Trump on his social media. Now, for those who are trying to figure out what's going on with the daddy's home and the lyrics and all this, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I think the problem is that it's one of those things where you know what I'm saying? Like it's been telling to me that it's First of all, let me just back up. For those who don't understand what I'm talking about, and how this come about, because some of you all might want some context, and it might be a little hard to understand how did we get to this point where the president of the United States is using an Usher themed video to justify his shit. First of all, I know streams for Daddy's Home that went up because, So, okay. This happened because of the fact that Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, had referred to him as Daddy. This is a Dutch politician. This is when he was at the NATO conference. He said, Daddy has to sometimes use strong language. This is what the Dutch politician said while speaking to Trump this week about the Israel-Iran conflict. Now, he's denied calling the U.S. president Daddy. The Trump team absolutely ran with the label, wasting no time to cash in with this. They got Daddy Home shirts with merch, and it's apparently it's not true that this whole daddy moment was not true. Like, he actually never called the U.S. president Daddy. They ran with this. Fox News ran with it, Daddy Kink, Daddy Dom. all types of shit. It's crazy. But Trump ran with this when he went to that NATO conference, and everybody thought that somebody actually called him that. It's actually not true. Some of this stuff. I mean, so there's a woman named Queen Maxima of the Netherlands said she better be careful. This is what Fox News said of Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. She could get a personalized bunker buster from Daddy Trump. Like, they're really running with this. Well, the good news is that Usher's team apparently got that song taken off, that audio taken off of the social media promotion that Trump had. So there's no audio available. And he was able to get it off of Instagram, get it off. So Trump cannot run with the Daddy's Home song. He's been using the merch to say Daddy's Home, but he was able to get it off. So if you actually go to the social media page for the White House and you click on those videos to see it, you can't hear the audio anymore. He took the audio off. The audio used to be there because you can use audio like on social media for different songs and stuff. That's what you do. But they was able to get that. I guess it got reported and it got taken off. And Trump has done this in the past with certain songs of other artists and things. This is a common pattern. What I've noticed though with elected officials like Democrats that are like in office, they oftentimes reach out to artists and they're in concert with artists. Let's be very clear. Usher's not a Trump supporter. So he would never use that kind of shit. Like he would never use that. Yeah, he would never use it. So it just seems like it was just a clear, thirsty grab for attention. It's a thirsty grab for attention. And I'm so happy that somebody checked them and checked it or whatever. But, what a moment to be in pop culture when the fucking president of the United States is referring to himself as daddy and things. But again, I'm not shocked because, this is what we're up against, y'all. This is what we're dealing with. Other things going on in the world. The Supreme Court results are here. This is the end of their term for this year's legislative cycle. Disappointing is an understatement. Disappointing is an understatement. I don't even know where to begin and where to start with the Supreme Court's decisions. It's just been heartbreaking to watch. So some of the major key decisions made by the court, and each of these decisions was done by the conservative 6-3 majority. So the 6 members of the Supreme Court against the 3 Democrats that are there, or liberals, I suppose. So they're the major ones. President Trump's executive order ending birthright citizenship for children of some immigrants could soon go into effect in at least a few states. They ruled in favor of that decision. They sided with a group of Maryland parents who object to their children reading LGBTQ plus inclusive books in public schools. So that means there's a strong possibility that there will be further book bans of LGBTQ topics at public libraries across the country. Those book bans is going to be happening, right? Again, what happened to freedom of speech? There's also regulations, and this is for my nasty, my nasty folks, my little freak Johns. But the Supreme Court ruled that age verification porn ID laws are an appropriate way to regulate content for minors without infringing on the First Amendment rights of adults. So you cannot just go on the web anymore in certain states, if that's what you like. If you was going on certain, adult websites that are major sites, they might ask you to show ID and other things to be able to access it. They're not banning it per se, but they might ask you to provide identification. Now, some of you all may not want these outlets and these places knowing that you like to look at their things. You want to watch your stuff in the privacy of your home without any trace, right? But unfortunately, this might become a norm in certain states. Also, the Supreme Court ruled that South Carolina can block Planned Parenthood clinics from receiving Medicaid funds. This is a problem, okay? This is very, very terrible. So let's be very clear. Planned Parenthood, and I get annoyed, even when people talk about marriage, right? Gay rights, right? People say love is love. Marriage equality and gay rights in general is not just about love and dating. It's not. It's more, actually, because LGBTQ rights protect people not just on the basis of marriage and relationships and sex. You can be single as fuck and LGBTQ laws protect you from discrimination. So I get annoyed with some of that framing, but like even Planned Parenthood is not just a space for people to get abortions. It's not just all about abortions. It's actually about reproductive health care and also general basic health care. Do people really know what is going on at Planned Parenthood? It's obvious that people don't. And it's obvious that the men and the people that dictate this shit don't. People go there for pap smears. People go there to get STI testing. If you shut down Planned Parenthood clinics or you stop them from getting Medicaid assessments, you're actually taking away opportunities for women and those who are gender fluid and other identities to get basic essential health care for all sexually related reproductive aid. There are some people that live in neighborhoods and areas where they feel comfortable going to Planned Parenthood to get an STI test compared to going to a campus facility or somewhere near. Like there's reasons why. Like when I was in college, I used to go to the Mazzoni Center all the time. People say, why you would go to Mazzoni Center? I used to go to Mazzoni Center for STI, testing, because back in the day I was young and, my sex life was very different than what it is now. And I would get tested regularly. And, going to Mazzoni was a great place because, one, I could go there if I had questions, if I wanted to get information about sexual health and trying new things when I was trying to understand how to do certain things. We don't got to get into the nitty gritty. We want to keep it somewhat appropriate here. But if I wanted to know certain stuff, like if I do this, will this happen? And if this was in my, all kind of stuff, that's a safe space to get that type of education. The people in there were queer or educated on queer sex. They had the education and it was a comfortable space. If I asked those questions, there was no judgment, there was no awkwardness, there was no whatever. They would be really open to being able to really get into details about it. They've actually had sex like that. It means something. And so that is an affirming space that was people getting other things done in there. Yeah, getting certain medications, sure. But it was also a very safe space to have sexual education for my identity in ways that sex health and public education was not doing. And so that's how Planned Parenthood is for a lot of women from variations of identity. There are people going in those spaces asking questions about their vagina, asking questions about their sexual health in ways that they may not feel comfortable having in a traditional medical space. And yes, are doctors supposed to be trained on sensitivity and cultural competence? Yes, but we know that's not the case. And certainly in a lot of these spaces and facilities, right, like Mazzoni has diverse practitioners and individuals that have the sensitivity and education to have those talks. When I would get tested for STIs there and get checkups and different things or ask questions, there were people that were Black and Latino men that can have those conversations with me versus going to some other spot at Penn. And look, now my health practitioner is a Black woman and she works at Penn and I go there and things, but I don't have the same conversations anymore. I'm much older. I clearly only have one sexual partner. It's a very different type of conversation now, but I can only imagine in my 20s, my early 20s, I was like 19, 18 years old. This was some of the first times I ever went into a health space and felt comfortable sharing and disclosing I was gay and able to actually talk about the type of sex I was having and felt not judged. So when people say, oh, well, I don't know why people are tripping about Planned Parenthood, they can go to other places. If those other places were doing their job, there would be no need for Planned Parenthood. If these other places were doing their job, there'll be no need for a Mazzoni Center. So understand the importance, right? Like even colors, was Babashi. These are spaces that some Black queer men feel comfortable going to get information on sexual health. Like, listen, when I was younger back in the day and I was going, I could go to places like that and get condoms and, get lube and these things without judgment to these type of questions. I will say just in general, that it was at a place like Mazzoni where I actually understood how lubrication helps in sexual situations. First time I learned that. I was going through my teens and things would be painful. And I just thought that was just what I had to go through. Realized very quickly at a place like a Mazzoni, you can do all kinds of different things. But that's what I'm saying. Spaces like that are served as safe havens for people to educate themselves, and it saves people's lives and it helps people. Those types of facilities are life-changing. So when you are trying to take resources out for people to be able to go there, you're killing people. You're literally killing people. There's no other way to say it. You're killing people. And we got to be real about that. Also, there is another one that is also problematic. The Supreme Court ruled that Tennessee's ban on gender-affirming care for transgender youth should remain in place. So there is a lot of decisions right now that is going to impact the quality of life for folks. And that is very telling. Yeah. And what's even more fucked up is that most Planned Parenthood, just on this topic of Planned Parenthood, because this is just really fucked up. Most Planned Parenthood patients are insured through Medicaid. So their recent decision is going to undercut that. We've come a long way. 10 years ago, when Obama was president, we had marriage equality at the Supreme Court. We celebrated the 10-year anniversary of that. And look where we're at now. Elections have consequences for those people who just thought that Kamala was just going to be such a bad idea. Where are we now? So, here we are in America, and there's been a shakeup in New York City. As you all know, I did my special edition episode where I discussed the rise of Zohran Mamdani and his recent major success as the Democratic nominee. As you can imagine, chaos has ensued since then. There's just a lot of people saying, it depends on who you talk to in New York City. Some people think it's the best thing to happen in a long time. Some people are scared for different reasons. There are some Jewish individuals who have said that they feel unsafe. Some people have tried to accuse him of being a terrorist, which is Islamophobic. There are some people who have had some mixed reviews about, hoping that he shows up in a different way. We unpack a lot of that into the special edition episode, so I won't go into all of the details, but there are some people who are wealthy developers who are scared, and they think they're going to move out of New York, even though areas in New York showed that some of the wealthier districts in New York City voted overwhelmingly in favor of him. Numbers and data is all over the place. What has been a trend, though, is that younger Black and brown voters were voting differently compared to the older, which was the majority of Black voters were older. But when people say, Black people largely voted for Cuomo, the majority of the voting population that skew more past 40, 50, 60s and whatnot, they did. But when you look at voters in their 20s and early 30s, they skew more to Mamdani, or did not support Cuomo. So there is generational divides within these numbers. And so while I like to paint a broad stroke of working class, diverse people voted for Mamdani, and richer, whiter people voted for, I'm sorry, let me reverse that. The narrative has been, let me scrap that. The narrative has been wealthier, whiter people voted for Mamdani, and that working class Black and brown voters voted for Cuomo. That's actually not the full picture in the story. If you're just talking in like larger swaths and summaries, yes. But when you break down demographics of age, there's major demographic divides that do not paint that full picture, especially when you start going to the intersections of like Latino voters. There were pockets of them that did support Mamdani. When you look in certain neighborhoods where there was, areas where there was Black Jewish communities and populations in the same areas, they were more inclined to Mamdani. It's not as black and white as it might appear. And that's something that now there's been some days that now people are looking into this, that these broad strokes don't fit the norm. That being said, there has been fair critiques that a lot of those who worked on Mamdani's campaign, or not even necessarily his campaign, but people who were surrogates of his that were for other groups within the Working Families Party and other bases of coalitions, were not necessarily as diverse in their messaging, which I figured that, duh. And I talked a lot about that, the issues with white progressives, which these issues are not just in Philadelphia, but they're also in New York City. So that has come across and that's come up. But also, Eric Adams has made it clear that he is going to run for re-election as independent. And New York's laws are very different on that independent title. He is a Democrat. He is just going to put himself into a third-party bucket rather than, not third-party bucket, but like as an independent to not have to go for the Democratic nomination. And to be honest, as an incumbent, it's not the same, right? Now, normally, a person would not do that. Why would he do that? Because I do believe that Eric Adams truly believed that he would not be able to get this nomination. If Eric Adams ran, he would have lost a Democratic nomination, and I do believe that would have been his reality. So I think he made the strategic move to basically run, independent so he can stay in the game. And also, I think he wanted an opportunity to see his challenger, right? To be able to see, who he would be up against. I think he thinks that Mamdani would be a good person to go against, because what it will do is it will give some Democrats, their Republican alternative. So they're not going to vote for Republican. Like Silla, whoever that guy is, he's not winning, right? They're not going to vote for him. But now, if Democrats decide not to vote for the Democratic nominee, they now have a safe choice for a Democratic nominee or a Democrat in Eric Adams. And so that is what I think his strategy is, that his mindset is like, look, y'all know I'm a Democrat. And he also realized that the splitting of votes would make it harder. But now voters will have the chance to decide, Democrats specifically, because they're going to really dominate it. And even some of the Republicans who might realize, you know what? I don't want to vote for the Republican guy because he don't got a chance. I know that I'm wasting my vote if I vote for the Republican. So who is a better middle ground that I could vote for to improve my options? And that option would be Eric Adams. Republicans, look, Eric Adams is making appearances on Fox News for a reason, right? Because he is trying to appeal to conservatives there. There has been an increase of conservatives voting. There's been an increase in Trump voters in New York City. And there is some data that has shown that Mamdani was able to win back some areas that did go for Trump. Now, not everybody, but some areas that went for Trump went for Mamdani. What does this mean, right? And to be clear, some of those were not necessarily white voters or white conservative voters. What it was were some people were like Bangladeshi New Yorkers who really thought that Trump on immigration wouldn't be that extreme. They have buyer's remorse or voter's remorse, and now they're going to vote for somebody who is South Asian or have that background, right, that they could be able to work with. And so Mamdani reflects some of those views for them. And I think they think Trump has went so far right that that's not what they want either. So they're going to go now, I guess, far left. The pendulum swing, right? But I do think there is a situation, a case that can be made where, okay, for voters who, which let's be clear, Mondani did not get over 50% of the vote, or at least at that point he did not. He got like 43, which means, I mean, if you add Brad Lander's votes in there, I mean, Mondani got 70%. I don't see the rest of the Democratic Party moving. However, there are some Jewish voters who I have heard are going to go by and large for Eric Adams. There is a constituency of black voters who would like to give Eric Adams a second chance. And so I do think Mondani can pull out the win. But here's another interesting aspect. Andrew Cuomo did not pull out a Friday's deadline and could still potentially be on the ballot and consider running. If Andrew Cuomo decides to stay in this race, I do believe that Eric Adams and Cuomo could split that vote. And therefore, Mondani will win. Now, will he split the vote? Absolutely. I don't know who's going to get more of the other. I don't know if Eric Adams does better than Cuomo, even though I do have a sense that Eric Adams would do less than Cuomo. No, Eric Adams will do better than Cuomo, I think, in the general. If there's a three-way race, I do think Mondani wins because it's not even about votes, right? I think I think Cuomo and Eric Adams fracture support. I think given that Andrew already lost to Mondani, people can go, well, shit, you already lost to the guy. You gonna get another ass whooping? Like, what's exciting about you? You can't do the job. That's what some people would argue about Cuomo, is that clearly you couldn't even get Democrats across the board for you. How are you gonna do that shit again in the general? What, you're gonna want to appeal to more Republicans and more conservatives? Because they don't like your ass. Fox News don't like you. Trump don't like you. Yeah, you want to appeal, but how are you going to get them people over to you? Because they don't like you. Because you're the worst type of Democrat. No type of Democrat likes you. Okay? Moderate Democrats wanted you. The party as an entity, you was the reason why one would argue Trump people got supporters, because you was the corrupt Democrat they were talking about. So they don't really like you like that. But then you got also Republicans who don't like you because they would actually see you as a threat to Trump in the general, because we all know that you have aspirations to run for president. So they're not going to vote for you because they can't control you, right? But Eric Adams is a puppet. He's a foil. He's the perfect type of puppet because he's a foil for Trumpers, where they're like, look, he'll get in line with Trump and do what Trump says. That's daddy, right? They will see him in that same role play. So I can see him actually winning over some Republicans and some Trumpers, because that's the guy Trump wants, right? Because that's the guy that's going to stay in New York City and not run against Trump in 2028. So Eric Adams knows that this is the highest he's going to go. After this, he's done. He's going to get his pension. He's going to be fine, right? Eric Adams also don't have a pending case over him anymore. So the fears of Oogie Boogie indictments don't even hold over him anymore. That was a moment that's kind of blew away now. We've moved on. Kind of like how we moved on Trump's indictments. Think about that. So there's a case to be made that Eric Adams can do it. And also Eric Adams still has goodwill and good faith amongst some black Democrats who, quite frankly, would like to have a black mayor. They're not drinking up all of the conspiracy. And honestly, this is their black Trump. They want him to get another chance, just like the white man did. So they really don't care about his criminal record and all that other bullshit. Now, that's older black Democrats. Now, younger black Democrats in New York City do have their concerns with Eric Adams. They don't think this whole tough on crime, police stuff, this shit ain't really hitting with them either. So there's a little bit of a, dichotomy there. If Cuomo gets in the race, there will be some Democrats that will say, oh, I don't really want Cuomo. They want to still keep Cuomo because for whatever reasons. But listen, anybody going against Mondani needs every vote they can get. If you put another person in that race, we already got a Republican that's going to eat some percentages. Not a bunch, but some. You got Adams.
If Adams goes against Mondani one-on-one, Adams has a shot. Just keeping it 100. I'm not saying he's winning, but he has a potential shot. But if you put Cuomo in there, Cuomo shakes some shit up. I don't think that Cuomo, with Eric Adams in the race, is going to win this term. He couldn't win the primary. He's not going to be able to fucking win if Eric Adams is in the mix. So in some way, shape, or form, they're going to cancel each other out. That math is not mathing to me. I do not see a race in which Eric Adams, Cuomo, and Mondani gets in the race and Cuomo will win. I don't see that. However, I also see the reality that if Cuomo gets in the race, he will eat from Eric Adams. But if it's Eric Adams versus Mondani, I still think Mondani is going to win, but you just never know. If the unpredictability with the shakiness of the election, if Mondani puts his foot in his mouth, if there's some fuck up that happens, and Eric Adams continues to really drive up the fears of some of the voters in the Democratic Party, he might have a chance. And here's the dog whistle. Painting Mondani as this blatant anti-Semite, trying to play off of that and weaponize anti-Semitism as a way to get folks to vote. Because let's be very clear, Trump does not like Jewish people. I don't think he do. I don't think he do in the ways that they think, right? He likes Israel. Liking Israel and liking Jewish people are not necessarily the same. Being pro-Israel and being pro-Jew is not necessarily the same either. There's conflations here. There is a political interest in supporting Israel. That does not necessarily mean that carries on to supporting and confronting anti-Semitism at home. And so I do feel, and this is my real honest opinion, that the Jewish vote in America could end up like the Latino vote in America, where there's a new Pew report that reports that Latino voters were going even further for Trump, and if there were opportunities in certain pockets, had the election continued, that they would have even came out even higher for Trump based on the way that numbers were going. The Latino vote was very much so largely going in favor of Trump and would have kept going in favor of Trump. And the truth of the matter is that they were doing it because of immigration. You know, they drank that Kool-Aid. And some of them really felt they bought into the rhetoric. Black voters and Jewish voters, by and large, are heavy Democratic voters. However, if Trump continues to weaponize and misread and speak and let this war between Iran and Israel and Gaza become this dividing wedge, especially around the conversation around Zionism, you can see a major shift in some Jewish voters drinking that Kool-Aid and supporting Trump. The shit I've heard and seen in the past couple of days, there's rhetoric now bashing DEI, saying that DEI is anti-Semitic and that DEI is not supporting and helping, the Jewish community. Bullshit. But there are people that's pushing that, right? They're pushing and conflating anti-Semitism as being something that, once again, is something being pushed heavily by Muslims and black people and everybody that's not white. And so you're thinking to yourself, what the fuck? And so now you're also seeing ignorance play out with politics, where the Ted Cruz's and conservatives that say they love Israel and they support it and this is this and this, they're pandering, okay? But that pandering, right, is winning over some Jewish voters in the same way that Cuomo did it. And you just got to take a step back and go, do y'all not see that they're pandering to you? They're not going to get better on this issue. How does Trump do that when Trump literally has certain types of neo-Nazis and supporters and white supremacists that support him? Do you think that they also care about Jewish people? Do you think you're special? The racist does not like the Jewish person either, unless they're Jewish and racist, like Dave Partnow, who owns, Barstool. There are racist Jewish people, but there's also black Jewish people. And so some Jewish folks that I've interacted with that are white, I'm like, the erasure of you saying where are the black people supporting, do you understand that being Jewish is not a racial identity, it's a religion, and that there's an intersectionality of black Jewish people? So what are you saying here? You know that there are also gay Jewish people. It's not a sexuality, it's not a race. I just think there's a lot of weird things being said right now, and there's a lot of erasure, and some folks specifically white Jewish people, are saying the quiet part out loud about how they view themselves in this conversation, which means, like, I've seen a conversation say, we were with you during Black Lives Matter. We were with you during, LGBTQ rights. Where are you now when we're experiencing anti-Semitism? That is one of the most racist, problematic ass statements you can make, because are you ignoring that there are Black Jewish people? Like, you're acting like you're a race. Are you ignoring that there are Jewish LGBTQ people? Like, these are your people. Like, I'm confused. Does intersectionality not exist to you? Like, just not hitting the way you think it's hitting. Like, you're trying to make these slogans and it's not hitting because you're erasing those identities within your own community. So, what are we doing here? Yeah, it's a lot of people. All I'm going to say is, between now and November, you're about to see some really decent people say some really fucked up shit. And I am just going to hold a level of grace in my mind. Not that I'm not going to check folks, but I'm just going to say right now, in the heightened fear and paranoia that's happening right now in New York City, I'm not saying I'm letting people slide, but I'm just not going to take a lot of this shit as seriously. These problematic statements. Because some of you all are about to walk yourselves into some situations in the pursuit of your fear. Don't let your fear get you cussed out. Don't let your fear have the racism jump out. Don't let the fear of anti-Semitism make you become a racist. Don't let it go into heightened Islamophobia. Don't let your fear of anti-Semitism make you a racist in the process. Don't let your fear of anti-Semitism make you Islamophobe in the process. This is how we got to 2016. Okay? Because nah, right? And it goes for everybody, right? Don't let your fear of Islamophobia lead to anti-Semitism, because it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be any type of way. Okay? Because that's not going to fix the issue either. It's not. Because some of the shit I'm seeing about Mandani, listen, you think the way he said certain things were not okay? Great. Call him out on it. But don't you go out here drinking those Republican talking points and becoming a full-on Islamophobe. Because, see, let me tell you something. Some of this stuff I'm seeing, I'm like, yes, I can understand the frustrations and the concerns. But don't you be out here painting these broad strokes. Because then people will start to question, what are your ulterior motives? And that's not going to bring about the necessary solidarity we need to tackle these issues across the pond. Check yourself. Everybody need to take a chill pill, take a breather, take a chill pill. Because some of the stuff that's being said is turning people away. And some of these people that you're turning away are people that are possible accomplices and allies in this fight with you. We all need to come together, but there's a better way to do it. And some of the stuff I'm seeing online, I'm like, from people that I know, that I follow, I'm like, whoa. That ain't hitting the way you think it's hitting. That's not landing the way you think it's landing. And other folks don't need to catch strays. Okay? Okay. So, if I was Cuomo, I would drop out. Eric Adams, look, I wouldn't vote for Eric Adams, clearly. But all I'm saying to the people that feel this way about Mondani, if you put two people, you put Cuomo in there with Eric Adams, you're done. You're not going to get any hope. I think Mondani going to take it regardless. But some of you salty-ass, snake-ass New York Democrats, y'all know who y'all are, that's still out here trying to play both sides and not showing up for y'all Democratic nominee. Y'all setting the wrong example. I thought it was vote blue no matter who. Shit. Y'all acting like y'all acting like the progressives y'all want to be. I thought we were supposed to be unified. I thought vote blue no matter who. What happened to that? Because I did. Look, when Bernie Sanders did not win the primary in 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I said, fuck it. It is what it is. But some of y'all out here, y'all getting real messy. And that vote blue no matter who is starting to fade. It's starting to become vote blue no matter. First, it was vote blue no matter who. Then it was vote blue no matter no, unless they are the who is the moderate centrist. See, it's faded. No. I thought it was vote blue no matter who. Now I guess that's not the answer anymore. Telling. We learning something, people. Stay woke. So briefly in media world, not that I'm going to take up too much time on this, but, in news, Vogue is going to have a new editor-in-chief. Anna Wintour is stepping down from the post, but I want to be very clear. She's not stepping down from power influence of Vogue. She's pretty much going to be running it, except she's just not going to have the title as editor-in-chief. But she's pretty much in other executive roles as chief content officer, so she's going to still hold her hand. But she's not going to be the necessary face, right? And so the face of Vogue in the U.S. is going to change. And so there will be a new editor-in-chief of Vogue, which is a big deal because she's been in that position for decades, but it's going to change very, very soon. I have thoughts about that because it's interesting. The new Devil Wears Prada is coming. She has been in this role since 1988. She's been in this role for 37 years? She's 75 years old. She'll be 76 in November. Yes, she's a Scorpio. Very telling. This is wild, she's been in that position for over 35 years. And it's also very timely because, some people think that, people are thinking that maybe her daughter will take over. She's currently a television producer. Putting her in a editor-in-chief position would make a good fodder for the Devil Wears Prada too, which would be fun, But we'll see who's going to get it. I do like Edward Enninful, who is the Black editor-in-chief, for British Vogue. I like him a lot. People think he might come in there and do something and take over. That'll be fascinating. So it'll be interesting to see who might do it. Some people joke around and say Law Roach. Let's be serious here. But we'll see how it plays out. But she's still going to be having some power regardless. It'll be interesting to see how it play out all together. So. So, right now in local news, there is a real fight that's taking place in Philadelphia. And this fight is getting sticky. The sanitation workers are probably going to strike this upcoming week. That means we're going to have trash smelling in the city. They want a contract. They want a better contract. And they're fighting the city. Now, to her credit, Mayor Cheryl Parker argues that her contract is the best one in the past 30 years that she's going to offer them. They're going to see a raise of 12%, which is larger than any raise that has been given for a first-term mayor or any term mayor in the past 30 years. Over 30 years, actually. And so the last raise increase under the Kennedy administration, I think it was 11.5. She wants to do 12. They want something higher. She's also saying that these raises will not impact their current health care benefits. The sanitation workers say that that's not equitable in this day and age. And it's also a lot of controversy because the mayor has taken out a 9% raise in this current budget for her own personal use. So it's a lot. It's very telling. It is. It's very telling that this is happening. Look, the sanitation workers, District Council 33, they're fighting for a better living situation. Mayor Parker is saying that she's pro-worker, pro-labor, pro-union, and she thinks that her proposal is good and she's going to work on a fair and reasonable budget. But it seems like the sanitation workers want more, and they're about to go on strike. I don't think people understand. This city in this heat cannot afford for trash not to be picked up. If trash don't get picked up, it's going to smell really bad in this city. And this mayor needs to figure out what can be done and negotiate, because right now they have not reached an agreement as of the recording of this podcast. If it starts smelling like hot shit in this city, I don't know what it's going to do. But we're going to have a problem up our hands. And, it's going to be a situation, and I don't want no parts of it. So we got to get smart on what that's going to look like. Also, in other news, State Representative Andre Carroll is pushing a bill called HB 1506. This will eliminate 06. House Bill 1506. It will eliminate the cost of all communication services for incarcerated individuals in state and county facilities and relieve that financial burden on families. This is a big deal, this piece of legislation, because basically people have to choose between a bill and a phone call just to hear their family member's voice. And he went through this. His father was formerly incarcerated, and he had to, when he was younger, he was going, broke sometimes, having to call his father, who was behind bars at the time. And he's introducing this bill that'll make prison communication free for families across Pennsylvania. He did an op-ed that was in Daily News, Calls for Humanity, talking about families incarcerated people shouldn't have to pay to stay connected. So he wants to make prison communication free for families across Pennsylvania. It's a pretty big damn deal. It's a pretty big damn bill. And a lot of people are dealing with this. And a lot of people are supporting it. We'll see if it gets passed. But think about it, how important it is to have that access. I don't have any family members behind bars currently. Not that I know of. But if that was the case, I don't know. I didn't know that you had to pay. I mean, I've heard of this. But that's crazy. And people are literally making phone calls with family members and whatnot. And people are going broke making phone calls just to check in with loved ones and make sure things are okay. That's crazy. There is money being made. So we'll see what will happen. But the governor will need to look at this, and we'll see if Shapiro got a compassionate heart. He's changed his mind on the death penalty. Maybe he'll change his mind on this. We'll see. We'll see. But that's a big ass deal. So, kudos to that, and see if it moves. Also, this week I read an opinion piece by a guy who does a lot of political organizing. His name is Salah Muhammad. He's a black progressive. He's worked on some working family party campaigns. And I came across this piece that he had in his Substack, and it's pretty good. It's called, it's a very simple title. It's called Stop Running Weak Candidates. And he talks about Zoran winning, but he says that Zoran, quote, didn't win by accident. He didn't win because of the establishment suddenly got weak. He won because he drew a clear line, because he called out the hypocrisy, because he built a base that was bigger than his comfort zone, and because he is a leader with energy, presence, and a voice people want to follow. That's the part we're not talking about. And he says, I'm going to say something we all know, but nobody wants to admit. Now, to be clear, he's talking to fellow progressives, because over here on my podcast, I've been saying this shit. But it's good that he's talking to them, because he's a better messenger for those folks. He said, quote, too many times we back candidates because their values look good on paper. They check the right boxes. They say the right words. They come from the right movements. And then when it's time to actually campaign, to speak, to lead, to inspire, to build, there's nothing there. We show up for people who can't fill a room. Who can't move a crowd, who read their speeches like policy memos with no soul behind them. And then we act surprised when they lose. We act shocked when the turnout stays low. We can blame the voters. We can blame the media. We blame money. But the truth is, sometimes we just backed the wrong candidates, not the wrong values, the wrong candidates. Child, did I not say this last week on my special edition episode of Ernestly Speaking? Did I not literally say that in Philadelphia, these progressives got the wrong candidates? That's why they lose. And unfortunately, I got to keep it 100. A lot of the candidates that y'all need to elect or y'all need to push need to be black and brown candidates, specifically more on the black, please. Because honestly, in these districts, in these areas, y'all run these white candidates. I like some of the agenda, but they're boring. I don't believe them. They're not interesting. Like Amanda McElmurray, with all due respect, might be a great person, great platforms, but she was not a good candidate. Okay? I don't know who he's throwing shots to, but I just think about some of these white progressives that y'all done tried to run, and I'm just like, why? And even some of these black candidates, some of them. Clearly, Rick Kaczewski, Andre Carroll, Nick and Kendra are better candidates. Clearly, they are better candidates because they're now currently elected. Some of y'all don't do that. Like Andre Carroll got some good policy. He's also young and queer and black and cool. And that's the kind of people that y'all need to put. You know, Amon Donnie, y'all say, can we get Amon Donnie elected in Philly? Can y'all? Possibly. But y'all need to find that dude or that woman that is going to be cool like that and appealing like that. And you can't make that person. That person has to be ready to do it. Y'all got these candidates. These people are good people on the ground. You got these. Stop trying to recycle these reclaimed people. They don't have the appeal or the swag. Are y'all got people that can walk in black neighborhoods and win some black folks over? Are y'all putting that pedal to the fucking metal? Or y'all just trying to get these damn checks from some of these people? And y'all know who I'm talking about, some of these donors. You know, y'all go up trying to get these nice little checks, and that's cute. But if the candidate sucks, it don't matter. You know, look, Krasn's the only white progressive that y'all been able to push like that. But he's also knows how to talk, and he's got a level of oratorical skills that appeals to people. You know, look, Josh Shapiro, he's not a progressive, but he tries to sound like Obama. That's what gets him. But you gotta have to have some good oracle skills. Because if you don't, it's a part of being a politician. A politician gotta speak well. You cannot be boring. You cannot be dry and flat. It's not gonna work. That's what, you know, that's what gets people. You gotta have some, you know, some drag. You know, you're going to have some people that's going to show up, you know. Because a lot of people that want to, you know, talk about them. I mean, think about it. Like George Soros is a donor. You can't just get George Soros money and not have no swag. Just putting it out there. So, yeah. Now, for this week's Ask Ernest, I do take some time to talk and unpack some things. I want to just talk about solidarity. I think people have been having these conversations lately about solidarity and showing up and guilt tripping folk. And I've just found myself in a lot of circles hearing different types of takes on this. And I just wanted to offer some feedback and some food for thought, just for those who might be on the margins of this. And I say this with love. I say this with love to my pro-Palestinian supporters. I say this with love to my Jewish listeners. I say this on both because I'm looking at both sides of this issue. And I think that we can achieve peace in ways do not lead to a humanitarian crisis that kills people, that leads to more hate crimes. I do believe that. But I think as a black queer person that is dragged in the middle, because black folks are always dragged in the middle of shit. I'm listening to rhetoric that's being said by pro-Palestinian, you know, activists that are not black, right? Those who are, you know, more from the Middle East, right? And I'm also hearing from, you know, Jewish people, Israeli folks. And I think what's interesting is that everybody loves to grab black folks to support issues, but never tend to recognize or check themselves on how exactly were they present in these issues pertaining to Black folks. Because I think we need to get some things straightened out. And if there was any platform that can do it, it's my platform. I'm talking for myself. I'm using I statements. I'm sharing some experiences. But I want to be very clear about these conversations around this word solidarity, because people just throw that word around and it's like, hold on now. So to be clear, solidarity is not transactional, okay? It's not a situation of, I did this for you, you do this for me. That's not it. That's not it either, right? And so when I hear certain people say things like, oh, we were there for you during Black Lives Matter, where were you in our, like, hold on. First of all, you're not racist because you need me not to be anti-Semitic, or you just not racist. Because let me be very clear about Black people. We are the model standard when it comes to humanitarian respect and dignity for people. Because we done went through atrocities long before other atrocities. And I'm not saying this is an oppression Olympics, because it is not, but I just want to say from the beginning of time, Black people have been literally discarded by everybody. Okay? Even some of our own people. All right? From Africa to the Middle East. Colorism and the way in which Black skin was persecuted on throughout history from various faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. Like, nobody liked Black people. Nobody liked dark-skinned Black folks. Nobody liked folks that looked like me, that got my skin complexion, okay? And that's all throughout history. Racism has been with us for a very long time. So we need to be very clear about that. And I'm not comparing, I'm just saying, let's have some context here. Seriously, let's have some. For real. So, this shit is going on, okay? With that in mind. Black people, in spite of that, have always, as a collective, advanced the rights of every other group, other groups in general. The NAACP, they say the advancement for colored people, but it was a collaboration, and the NAACP as a unit has never said only this is for Black people. Black people have led it, but a lot of the collaborations and understandings of it in its origins has always been about supporting all types of people. And that is what we've done. When we look at Dr. King, who y'all love to quote all the time, Dr. King was a symbol for equality and justice for everybody. And that's what he did. And so the origins of Black folks around civil rights movements and advocacy efforts, although there are a couple of people, a couple of knuckleheads and folks that be problematic, we have always had the bigger, broader tent of our understanding that if they do it to them, they will do it to us. We've never played the tit for tat. And only recently have there's been an increase in Pan-African sentiment of, Black folks and Black things only. But that's a new wave that hasn't even fully taken off, because even Black folks within Black Lives Matter, other groups, other coalitions, still understands the importance of intersectionality. We invented intersectionality. We came up with the term. Dr. Kimberly Crenshaw is a Black woman who understood that if you do not support her women's rights, it impacts her Black rights and all of the rights that she has. And that we cannot see these things in binaries. So Black folks have always understood from the very beginning that you cannot treat oppression in binaries. Now, that fucking being said, because it does piss me off, other communities have still chosen to treat their oppression as a fucking binary. That they're still talking only about issues impacting them and them only, and want to tell everybody else, where the fuck are you? Please put a name on that, where the fuck are you? Because you can't tell that to Black people. You cannot. Everybody else has been creating programs and things centered only on their shit and have gotten away with it forever. To the point that your groups have to have diversity, equity, inclusion trainings in the ways in which you speak about the issues. You know who don't have to have DEI shit? Black people. Black organizations do not necessarily do DEI because it's already embedded in the way in which we program and do our shit. Now, have they been perfect on that? No. But it is not necessarily an issue of hostility. You don't hear of Black institutions struggling and having issues with how they treat other races of people. But you do hear about in other places. And you're talking to somebody who's worked in solidarity institutions and groups that have tried to foster better communication and interfaith. And there is anti-Blackness in those spaces. There is anti-Blackness within Jewish spaces because there is racism there. In Israel, there's anti-Blackness. And also in Arab communities, let's be fucking clear, there is anti-Blackness. There is racist Muslims. There are racist Arabs. There is a lot of that taking place. In certain communities where, Black people live, if you go to certain type of stores and neighborhoods and businesses, Black folks are getting racially profiled. But when Palestine and Gaza became a conversation, you had Palestinians and Arab folk that was like, hey, brother. Now we're brothers. Now you see us as being a community. Interesting. Because we remember y'all were not Black. Y'all were something else. You didn't want to share this solidarity with us. But now there's this connection now. All of a sudden, now everybody wants to talk about East Africa and this shared connection of Black people's struggle and apartheid. Where'd that come from? Because I wasn't hearing that a couple years ago. Now, granted, there's always been certain Palestinian Black relations and community and solidarity in some spaces, but that's not across. Not until in recent years, I've noticed this need that now we want to get Black people in the mix. Now we want to, and some people are finding those connections. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I just want to be clear about the timeline because we're not going to act like there's always been this. Now, there's Jewish folks, white Jewish people. Let me be very clear. White American Jewish people that want to keep on reminding people about how Jewish people were present during the civil rights movement. Yeah, because y'all were getting them civil rights too. You wasn't doing Black people a favor. Black folks the Civil Rights Act of 1964 did a lot to help everybody. It did not just help Black people. So telling Black people that you was at those bus boycotts, while that is commendable and that is great, understand that the end result of that solidarity led to protections for everybody within that tent, except LGBTQ people, but we'll move on. The discrimination in the Civil Rights Act protected people of all creeds and religions, including Judaism, okay? And we were fighting against an enemy that we all recognized, which was white supremacists. So don't act like we didn't benefit. When y'all saw those Ku Klux Klan burn them churches, they was also burning synagogues. They also was aligning themselves with the neo-Nazis of the day. Let's be clear. That fight was real for y'all. We realized we were stronger together. No one was doing anybody a favor. We were together because we all recognize the same evil. Now let's fast the fuck forward to 2025, where you got some white Jewish folks like the Ben Shapiros and the Dave Potnos saying the N-word. Now let me be clear. Dave Potno meant to say N-word. Ben Shapiro has never said the N-word to my knowledge. But they're defending racists. They're saying racist shit. They're being problematic. They're being homophobic and transphobic. They're being misogynistic. And they're being antagonistic to Black folks. Where is the Anti-Defamation League statement condemning Ben Shapiro's behavior? Where is the ADL's condemnation of Dave Potnoy in that Barstool business? Oh, okay. Because the issue is that as assimilation progressed in American culture, there are some people, white Jewish folks, and I've said this in certain spaces, this is not anti-Semitic, but there are some white Jewish people that do not necessarily subscribe to their faith in a way where they see a solidarity with Black people. They consider themselves white. They don't consider themselves a minority. They do not necessarily talk about Jewish issues by and large. They do not consider themselves a part of the DEI of diversity, equity, and inclusion. They don't see themselves as that. They see themselves as a part of the dominant class, and they call themselves culturally Jewish. Look, I'm just telling you what I see. I'm just telling you what is out there. I have been in conversations with Jewish people in my work where I've said, hey, you know that those issues, why do you support Trump? Because we know there are a lot of Jewish Trump supporters, not a vast majority, but there are some, and they're prominent, and they're on platforms dissing affirmative action, dissing Black people. And I don't see other Jewish folks, by and large, in their respective organizations condemning that. They just kind of brush under the rug or try to ignore it or just say, oh, that person don't speak for us. Okay, I know they don't. But then when Kanye do anti-Semitic shit, there is demands that Black community must condemn acts of anti-Semitism. Hold up. We already was done with Kanye when he was aligning himself with Trump. Where were you? We didn't need to wait for him to be anti-Semitic before we said something. Oh, did you only care then? Where's the solidarity here? Right? There's a lot of stuff going on. When I was, at Penn, and there were certain folks from the Middle East, not Jewish people, Muslim folks and certain individuals, they, were anti-Black towards me for various reasons. They were being what some people consider model minorities. And we don't talk about the model minority syndrome that's taking place in this solidarity. That, oh, I want to distance myself from that ghetto Black person that's loud, that's talking about racism. Look at Usha, Vance. Usha Vance, Indian, South Asian, right? That's her upbringing. She's literally married to the Vice President of the United States, who was trying to dismantle diversity, equity, and inclusion. Nikki Haley. She's not white. Some people might say she's white passing. But Nikki Haley, her father worked at a HBCU when he first came to the country. And look at what she talks. Look how she acts. The model minority standard is how we got to divisions and solidarity. There are some people in our communities that want to be tokenized. They want to be the ones that are cool. And I tell people all the time, you'll get to a point where you have to recognize that trying to be this minority, this model minority, where you distance yourself from Black people. And I say this to all of these different coalitions. Y'all always run away from Black people because you want to not look like you're one of us. But then when you find yourself in these fucked up positions and issues, then all of a sudden you want to remind us how we're so connected. Because see, real rap, most Black people are not interested in anti-Semitism. We don't have no interest. We don't benefit from seeing Jewish people suffer. We don't benefit from Islamophobia. We don't benefit from seeing Muslim folks because we also have a lot of Black people that are also Muslim. So the intersectionality of that is there too. The intersectionality of Jewish Black people are there too. We're not a monolith of just of Christianity. So we don't really want to see anybody on any faith being harmed. But I need some folks from these different communities to recognize when you're asking for this solidarity, let's talk about reciprocity. Let's talk about reciprocity. Are you being reciprocal? Right? It's easy to just say, oh, I went to a Black Lives Matter march. Okay. Everybody did. White people did too. And look what they did. They voted for Trump. That doesn't mean anything. Stop being tit for tat. But ask yourself a real question. Where are you in your own advocacy across the board? Where are you in your own mindset about all these other issues? I had to check someone recently, a Jewish guy who I've known for a couple years. And they have consistently been in my direct messages for the past several months. And every time something anti-Semitic happens, they go, why are you not saying anything about it? I'm like, I've said some things, but you didn't talk about this thing. I was like, I'm sorry, but I'm a human. Number one, let's pause real quick. I'm a human. Good afternoon. Let's start there. We're going to use our manners because you're coming to me with this. There's a lot of atrocities going on in the world. Unfortunately, I don't have the bandwidth, the time, the emotional capacity to navigate through every single traumatic experience and respond on every single thing. If that's how you're going to measure my solidarity, then you can go ahead and throw that in the trash, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to every single day. I don't even do that with anything in my life. There's hate attacks and crimes happening to LGBTQ people every single fucking day. I can't speak on every single trans murder. I can't speak on every single hate crime that happens to a gay person. I just don't have the emotional bandwidth, the capacity. A lot of times it's just traumatic, right? I don't have the ability to speak on every single form of Islamophobia. I don't have every single opportunity to speak on every single form of fatphobia. At what point do you not realize that if I'm not to put everything on a pedestal and mantle, I also cannot obsess in my life on every single incident that takes place? And so then I have to reverse that and say, hey, did you know that a black person got shot in Philadelphia today? I don't see you posting about that. Oh, did you see that thing that Trump said about? And this person's like, well, I didn't. Exactly. I'm being facetious because I'm trying to make a point. Get the fuck off of my back and give me some fucking grace. Because I give everybody grace. Every community grace. White people, listen, I know, baby. I know, white people. First of all, let me be very clear. White people who are trying to be better people, right? I don't beg white people to, I don't. Good white people that I know, I don't need you to be doing I don't. I get it. I just want you to just check yourself. How about before you try to get somebody to use a platform for something, can we double check? Because there's white people out here that be speaking about racism every day, all day, but they got some issues with their own check of their own privilege. I just want people in general to just work on themselves across the board. I do the work on myself every day. Listen, would you rather me post 1,000 things about sexism and homophobia and transphobia and not take some time to process what that means in my world and how I show up? I just think we got to get realistic about what people can do and what their capacity could do. Because before you come to a black person who got a platform like me, are you talking to your legislators? Because, I can't make laws. Are there laws in the books that you think need to be enforced? Go talk to a legislator. Because I'm not asking, I don't even do that white people anymore. I don't beg white folks every day to say, hey, can you speak out against this act? I don't beg white people. I don't go in their DMs. I don't, y'all, because it's just not productive. We got to do this a different way. Yeah. Maybe about 2016, I thought there was a way to change hearts and minds. I don't go that route anymore. And I need some of you all to do the same. Stop that. If you, listen, the racists that are racist are going to be racist. The anti-Semitics are going to be anti-Semitics. The Islamophobes are going to be Islamophobes. If you're measuring every time you want a person to speak out on this particular thing, you're doing it the wrong fucking way. I think there are certain issues that you can incorporate in the conversation and dialogue. You should be mindful of it and how you show up. But if showing up is simply posting something and responding, if you're going to judge the social media performance, you're missing the fucking point. So when I see these, your Jewish friends are not okay. Baby, your black friends ain't been okay since 1609. 1619. Hell, even before then, okay? Your black queer friends ain't been fine since the beginning of time. Shit, and if you want to move it, we ain't been good, really, since November of 2016. So, with all due respect, have a lens of recognizing these issues. I want to be very clear. October 7th of 2023, I didn't need to know about that before I was concerned about Jewish people's safety. You know why? Because there was a rise in hate crimes before then, starting in 2016 with neo-Nazis under Trump administration on his first term. But also, let's be clear about Islamophobia. September 11th of 2001 is anyone that's Muslim in this country has not been the same. Okay? Most of my entire childhood, I have seen Muslims be discriminated with and persecuted. We look into how conservatives, your Muslim friends, have not been safe. When I see the dog whistles by those Republicans that support Israel, but have weaponized their support of Israel to harm Muslim people, where were you all in saying that's not okay? And since when did you judge being pro-Israeli government to being anti-Semitic? So if a person says, I do not like the way the Israeli government is conducting themselves, are you calling them anti-Semitic? Because if that is the case, that kind of conflation ultimatum is not solidarity whatsoever. Because you're not listening. Because you're just dictating. That's not solidarity. Solidarity requires people to talk across the room, to work across the aisle, to have a conversation. And if you can't understand and empathize what I'm going through or understand my framing of the world, and it's a do as I say it, how I do, then that's a dictatorship. That's not solidarity. And that's actually a further act of oppression. I don't do that when it comes to Black issues as a Black person. I don't even do that around LGBTQ issues. I come to a place of understanding. Let me understand your stance, right? Here's what I've understood around this issue, around how we move the needle on LGBTQ issues. I'm not telling you to go to a gay bar. I'm not telling you to put a rainbow flag on your door. I'm not telling you to be an officiator of a gay marriage. But what I am telling you is respect queer people's right to exist. Respect their ability to do that how they see fit in this country. Do not allow your personal faith and your beliefs impact their ability to live and exist in this country. Everybody should have a right to be who they are, how they are, if it does not directly harm you, right? And so we as a country has moved the needle on LGBT. Well, we did at one point. I don't know what we're doing now. But we've moved the needle on that because you have to recognize if you're going to let other people have the faith they have, how come you can't allow people to have the sexuality, the orientation they believe to be who they are, to be who they are? I don't need you to understand everything in order to you accept me. That's the problem. People feel like you have to understand every angle, aspect of something before you co-sign. No, you don't. But you can say people have the right to live. And how we navigate that varies. For example, a person does not have to support defunding the police in order for you to determine if they believe that Black people deserve to live. There are some Black people who do not support defund the police. That does not automatically mean that they're white supremacists. Clearly. However, you better be able to show other ways that you plan to show up or other issues that we can agree on and come to find common ground on. There are some people in the Jewish community, not everybody, that are making people who don't agree with the way the Israeli government is conducting themselves, they're making them to be enemies. That's a very fucked up ultimatum, and that's just not a fair call to make. Because what does that mean for my love of Jewish people? I can say I want them to live, exist, and supporting the way in which they're going about this war, some of them, not all, is a non-negotiable for me. I do not agree with it. I don't even want to call it a war at this point. I think trying to conflate Palestinians as Hamas terrorists is fucked up. It's clear that they're a specific terrorist group. But for you to conflate every Palestinian with that and think that they deserve to be dead and killed because of Hamas is fucked up. And some of the rhetoric that I'm hearing online is, well, they started it. Hamas started it. Palestinians did not. Well, if they don't want to die this way, they need to release the hostages. So you're admitting to killing innocent Palestinians because of hostages. So you think it's okay to kill everybody in sight until you get that is escalating an issue that is far beyond the hostages. It is beyond a conversation about hostages. So you're saying wipe Gaza off the map for hostages. I'm asking a rhetorical question. Actually, that's not rhetorical. I actually want to know the answer to that. Actually, that's not rhetorical because I don't know the answer. Is that the move? Is that justifiable to you? Do you think it is justifiable to wipe out an entire population of people because a terrorist institution has hostages? Do you really think it is okay to completely blow Palestine and Gazians off the entire face of the map in the name of bringing a number of hostages home? If you believe that is okay, we are going to agree to disagree. I want the hostages to come home. I don't think anybody should be taken capture. Whether they're Jewish, Muslim, whatever, that's not okay. But I do not believe that it is wise to blow an entire nationality, an entire country off the ground based off of the actions of a terrorist organization. I do not think that is wise. And some would argue that that is what some people think is okay, that it will never stop until the hostages come home. So you're okay with bombing and killing innocent children off the face of the planet until the hostages come home. That is the rationale. If that is the rationale, then that is not agreeable. Fuck that. I don't agree with that. And guess what? I do not want any more people killed or any more hostages. I still do not believe that that justifies anti-Semitism in the United States. I do not agree with anti-Semitism. I don't support it. And I still want peace. But that is not peace to me. And we can agree to fucking disagree. And that means I still do not want people to terrorize you and hurt you, but we do not agree on that tactic. And if you think that that means that there's no solidarity, you're wrong. Because black people are going to still want you to live. Because guess what? On both sides of this, it ain't getting no one any closer to peace. It ain't making my life any better. It's not going to make Black Lives Matter anymore. It's not going to help LGBTQ folks. It's not helping anyone. But at some point, you got to call a spade a spade. And so I need to make myself crystal clear. If the decision is to bomb Gaza to its ends of the earth and kill as many people until the hostages come home, I do not think that is a good strategy, and I do not support that. And here's the thing. Just because I do not support that does not mean that I support anti-Semitism as a response, because I don't support that shit either. So there you have it. That's what it looks like. If that is the solidarity line on this issue, it's not one for me. And here's the other point. If you think that defending Hamas's retaliation or actions towards Israel is going to bring solidarity, I am not going to ever align myself with anyone that supports or defends a terrorist organization operation. Period. So if you think Hamas is cool and you like Hamas, fuck you. That ain't cool either. And that's a non-negotiable. But here's the thing. That does not change my perspective on wanting Palestinians to be alive and to be free. And it does not also support or negate my decision that hostages should be released and that we should end this across the board. So if you want to put a black person in the middle, you're going to have to hear a black person tell you that both of you all need to chill out and we want a ceasefire and we want peace and we want it fucking now. But I want to be very clear. Palestinians as a collective are not the ones blowing those missiles. A terrorist institution is. So we also have to change our way around war. It's not war in Palestine. It's Hamas versus Israel, with Palestine as the governing body being killed as a result. And I know there is Israelis and Jewish people who do not like the way that the IDF is responding and do not like the way that Bibi Netanyahu was leading it. Okay, let's be fucking clear. They don't support that either. So that's what solidarity looks like to me. And I think we need to have some conversations about how we need to make that even across the board so we do not keep allowing history to repeat itself. Period. Moving along. This week's movies, the New York Times released their 100 greatest films of the 21st century. The number one film was Parasite. In the top 5 included films such as The Social Network at number 10, which is directed by David Fincher. I agree with that film. I like that film a lot. Number 9, Spirited Away by Mizakaya in 2002. Love that. Get Out was number 8 by Jordan Peele. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind has aged very well. It's number 7, and I love that movie. No Country for Old Men, number 6, directed by the Coen brothers. Number 5, Moonlight by Barry Jenkins. Number 4, In the Mood for Love, which came out in 2001. Number 3, There Will Be Blood by Paul Thomas Anderson, a very interesting film. Number 2, Mulholland Drive by David Lynch. And number 1, Parasite by Bong Joon-ho. Very good film. I love Parasite. Parasite is definitely a great film. And it's a foreign language film. Can you believe that? Korean. Mulholland Drive, number 2, interesting. There Will Be Blood, number 3, interesting. I would have moved Moonlight up a little bit more on my personal list. But outside of that, some of the interesting omissions that were not in there, out of the 100 films, they did not include Finding Nemo. I thought that was shocking. No Finding Nemo? They did not even include Pirates of the Caribbean. I was really disappointed with that. Other movies, other big major omissions, there was no Black women-directed films included. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, where are the Black women filmmakers? The one film that I felt like, if there was going to be one, right, that was directed by a Black woman, because there are several Black male-directed films. So, for example, they do include Black Panther. I feel like Schindler should definitely be on there, but, it's a little too, they did this list before this calendar year, so I get that, right? But, yeah, I just felt like Black Panther was in there, but I feel like Selma by Ava DuVernay should have been in the top 100. I feel like, Ava DuVernay has her interesting movies, her interesting films. But I do feel like Selma was a very important piece of cinema for so many different reasons. And I just felt like that should have been in the 100. So for there not to be any Black woman directed films in the top 100 was a glaring omission and very problematic. They got more Paul Thomas Anderson films than Black women directed films in his list. Let that sit in. They got more films by the Coen brothers in here than that. Let that sit in. Let that sit in. So I just have noticed that was the one thing that really stood out to me a lot overall. And Ryan Coogler, of course, had his film. I also felt like Fruitvale Station should have been in there. Another Ryan Coogler film. I felt like Fruitvale Station, and I felt like, Black Panther was in there, but I felt like Fruitvale Station could have been there. They had no films no Tyler Perry films, but they had no films by Spike Lee in there. Like Black Klansman should have been in the top 100. So there was just a lot of omissions that I just felt like taste-wise, I was like, okay, another one. They did not have The Hours. The Hours was not in there, and I was gagged. I was like, how was The Hours not in here? What? Like Stephen Daldry, The Hours? That was weird to me. The Hours was not in there, and I loved that film, and I think that was a really good film. It's a drama, psychological thriller. Speaking of psychological thrillers, Black Swan was in there, ranked a little lower than I would have expected, but damn. Yeah, it was some interesting decisions in that list. Yeah. So, moving along, Okay, well, back up. Speaking of black women directors, I want to put a movie on your radar that hasn't came out yet, but stay tuned. Nia DaCosta, which is a black filmmaker, she did the new Candyman movie that came out a couple years ago. Black film director. She did the Marvels, but she's got a new film coming out called Hedda, and it's starring Tessa Thompson. Y'all, we're going to be talking about this movie. Tessa Thompson might be on that radar. An Oscar watch. Oscar watch. Tessa Thompson and Hedda. You heard it here first. Hedda is going to be an interesting film that we're going to be talking about during Oscar season. Tessa Thompson's performance is very, very juicy. And I just have thoughts. Now, you remember she was in the movie Passing with Ruth Negga, who should have been nominated for Best Supporting Actress, by the way. That was just a crazy ass omission. But snub. Talk about snub. But this upcoming movie by Nia DaCosta is called Hedda. Pay attention. Stay tuned. Keep on your radar. It's coming. Just want to put that out there. So in music, I kind of jinxed myself in a good way. Looks like Cardi B is finally giving us an album. Am I the Drama? Dropping September 19th. She has revealed that she is dropping an album. 23 songs. 2 major singles. The 2 major singles that have been previously done already is Up and WAP. Now, those are her 2 number 1 hits. A lot of people say because of the streaming rules, the album's already going to be guaranteed platinum based on the success of both Up and WAP. She's not including the other singles she's dropped over the years, including Enough and Bongos. She's not doing those, but she is going to include WAP and she is going to include Up. There's been a lot of controversy about it. Look, other artists do it all the time, and it might be, something. But the good news is there's going to be 21 other new songs on the album, including her new single Outside, which I have been enjoying, which is a cute banger. And, Cardi B is doing her big one. So there is a possibility that we're going to be seeing some new singles drop. And I definitely think she's going to drop another single outside before that September 19th drop. So shout out to her for that. Big fan. Look, happy, excited. The album is finally here. And I know a lot of you all were fact checking me on this because I didn't realize exactly how long it's been since Invasion of Privacy, but I did not. But Invasion of Privacy, y'all, it's been longer than, I think I said 6 years. It's been longer than that. The album came out in 2018. It's been 7 years. 7 years. 7 years. It dropped April 6, 2018. It's been 7 years since we've had a new album from Cardi B. It's been 8 years since we've had a new album from Rihanna, but Rihanna is going to do what Rihanna's going to do. But it's been 7 years, y'all, since 2018. So we need an album. I mean, this album had a lot of hits. I mean, straight nonstop album. I mean, Get Up 10, Bickenhead, Drip, Bodak Yellow, Ring, I Like It, Be Careful, Bodak Yellow. I mean, this album just hits for hits. Moneybag. I mean, Barty Cardi, Through Your Phone, I Do. Like, she just had nothing but straight bangers off this album. I mean, 14 tracks of just solid gold. So this is a hit. So yeah, it's won some many great awards. Big fan of her. But moving along. So, speaking of new albums and reveals, this was a big shocker. This took me for a loop. Sarah McLachlan is back, and she showed me love on social media. Her new album, Better Broken, is dropping September 19th. Yes, before Libra season kicks off, we're going to have my 2 faves drop an album the same day. I cannot wait. Am I the Drama? And Better Broken. She dropped a new single with a music video. Better Broken is a new single off of Sarah McLachlan's newest album. She's back. She hasn't dropped the album. Talking about a wait. Y'all want to know how long I waited for Sarah McLachlan's new album? Sarah McLachlan's last major studio album came out in 2014. So to put a timeline on this, I came into my freshman year of college, 2010, the summer 2010. She dropped Laws of Illusion, which was a great album. And then it wasn't until the spring of 2014, as I'm exiting out, that Shine On comes out, and that is Sarah McLachlan's album. She has not dropped a new album since 2014. Y'all, it's been 11 years. So y'all getting around Cardi B, it was twice the number of years I've waited. This woman nearly has gone over an entire decade without dropping a new album. So Sarah McLachlan fans have been waiting. This is the longest we've waited, y'all. 11 years. The last time Sarah McLachlan dropped an album, I was 22. I was 22. I'm going to be 34. Well, I'll be 33 still. I've literally waited an entire generation of time for this album drop. So I'm just saying, give my girl Cardi some grace, because I've been staying in the Sarah McLachlan hive for a long time. So it's been a wait, but it was worth it. But she has a history of doing this, though. Actually, this is not her first time doing this, and because she's a real artist, though, she takes her time. She got to go through some life experiences before she drops an album. That's just how she moves. So I'll give you a timeline of some albums, okay? Her first album, her big hit album, was Socialized, which came out in 91. Fumbling Towards Ecstasy, which is her big smash hit. Well, she also dropped an album. Let me back up, okay? She dropped her first debut album. It's called Touch. It dropped in 1988. I wasn't even born. Solace came out in 91. Then she dropped Fumbling Towards Ecstasy. She's 57 years old, for those who are trying to catch in. She's 57. So Touch came out in 1988. Solace came out in 1991. Then Fumbling Towards Ecstasy came out in 93. Surfacing, which is her big smash blockbuster hit, came out in 97. Mirror Ball came out in 1999. And then Afterglow came out in 2003. And then it wasn't until 2010, 7 years later, that she dropped Laws of Illusion. So that was a big-ass gap. And then Shine On came out 4 years later. And then she didn't drop another album. I mean, she dropped the Winter. Okay, so let me back up. She dropped a Christmas album before Laws of Illusion called Winter Song. That came out in 96. 2006. So Afterglow, 2003. Winter Song, 2006. Then Laws of Illusion, 2003. Then Shine On, 2000. So she's had like a nice little 4-hour gap. And then after that, we didn't get another album from her until... Some people are going to say, well, didn't Sarah McLachlan drop that Winterland Christmas album? We don't count that. That came out in 2016. Shine On came out 2014. But even if you want to count the Winterland album, which was a Christmas album, okay, that came out 2016. If you really want to keep it 100, just to put it in perspective, that's still 9 years of a gap. So we've been waiting for a long time. So just putting it in perspective, just a little bit of context there. Outside of that, Lizzo has dropped a new mixtape. Okay, I like Lizzo. You know, I have some love for Lizzo. But I just need Lizzo to... How do I say this? I need her to take a break. I just need her to take a break. I just need a break. I just don't... I guess Love and Real Life is coming soon, but she want to give the thing... I don't know. Okay, girl. Okay, Lizzo. That's all I'm going to leave on that. I was going to bite my tongue, but it's getting harder to. Keke Palmer, I need her to take a break. I know last week I gave her a little grace. I just need Keke Palmer to take a break. I think we need a break from her. I'm worried about the direction she's going and just her interviews and things. these interviews, some of these interviews she's been doing has been a little cringy. She talked about the Jonathan Majors interview. I thought that was going to be an opportunity with her with the Jonathan Majors to just say, listen, I read the room, but she just basically said that she described herself as a journalist. If Keke Palmer's a journalist, I'm a certified historian. I don't know. I'm a therapist then. I guess we're just going to give everybody a title. She described herself, literally, she called herself a journalist in an interview and said something about she had to consider both sides. So I was like, girl, you are not a journalist. And let me be clear. If Jonathan Majors thought you was a journalist, he would have never done an interview with you. Let's keep it 100. Like, you're not a journalist. And that's okay. But just in general, there's just been a lot of cringy interviews she's been doing. And I'm just like, I'm just starting to like unpack. And the thing is, she's so talented. But you could be, you know how some people you could be so smart, you could be dumb? I just get that she's so talented that she doesn't know what to do with herself. So now she's just doing whatever and saying whatever. And I don't know. It's giving starvation, attention starvation. It's not aging well. There's something going on. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. I think she needs some time to herself. So, I'll say that. Also, because you all want to talk to my TV, I'm not crazy about the new season of The Bear. Did y'all know there was a new season, season 4? Honestly, it's obligatory watching at this point. The show has lost its focus. It's just, if you thought season 3 was annoying, season 4 just becomes more of the same. I'm not saying don't watch the show. I just feel like you don't gotta run and binge it. Like, I just feel like the show is just, I don't know. I feel like we've aged. It was a moment in time, and I feel like that moment is past. And I hate that because the first season of The Bear was probably some of the best TV ever. And even season 2 was really good. There was some great episodes, like Forks. Like, Forks was incredible. Fishes was incredible. But, like, after that, it just feels so humdrum road. Like, I don't know. Just angry white men on TV yelling and screaming. Like, I just feel like all of that just has gotten so played out. I don't know. It's just is not aging well for me. So, that I just wanted to say that. It's not great. It's just not that good. My opinion. Also, I know y'all like Love Island. I don't like it. I don't. I tried to watch it. It's just not my show. I'll let the straights have their basic TV. This is for the straights. Y'all can have it, honey. This is straight banal, okay? The straights can have it. Enjoy it. I guess y'all like it. It's just too straight for me. It's just too cringy for me. It's just too basic for me. Listen. I watched this scene and I wanted to watch it. I was trying to give it because one of my fraternity brothers is on the show, but he's just not the best representation. I'm not even going to name him. If you don't know who I'm talking about, then don't even worry about it. And don't ask me who it is. I'm not going to say, go Google Love Island Alpha fraternity and go find it. But I'm not even going to say his name. Embarrassment. But I just want to say there was an argument between these two castmates talking about, I'm open to making connections. You didn't say that. You said connections. You said you was making connections. That was a broad statement. I was like, what the fuck is this conversation? I'm too old. I'm too old for this. I don't know. My younger brother is watching it, but you know what? This is his love in hip hop, right? He's 22. This is what 22-year-olds watch. Baby, I am 33. I'm about to be 34. I cannot watch this and not lose a brain cell. Some people were watching it. I guess y'all think that it's cute. I don't know. I'm at a certain age. And somebody's going to say, but don't you watch baddies? Listen. At least baddies know that it is trash and violent trash. I feel like people really get deep into Love Island. They're trying to make this deeper than what it is. See, baddies is mindless TV. Love Island, people really get into it and take it seriously and get invested in these characters. And I'm not saying I'm just saying I'm just not invested. I wasn't buying it. It just feels cheesy. It feels too manufactured for me. I can't describe it. I won't get into the characters. I don't want to yuck your yam, but this is just not, I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not invested. I couldn't be invested in it. There's a part of me that just feels like it's just a little too cheesy. And I don't understand what any of these people want. Like, I can't even get into The Bachelorette or The Bachelor. At a certain point with that show, after all them divorces, I just go, y'all not trying to get married. Why do I care? Why do I want to get invested? At least with baddies, I just know that they're going to ruin themselves and it's a ruin and there's no need to even discuss why they doing what they doing. It's just mindless TV. I just like to see violence. I'm sorry. But I know that. Now with Love and Hip Hop, there's just a level of elevation there that I get, right? Because these people do have industry, they have careers, reputations, families, they are getting married. Like, they're doing it and they're not even divorcing. Like, they're staying with the shit. I can invest myself with them, right? Because there's a real investment there. With Love Island, I just feel like everybody's fucking everybody. Everybody's fake. I just don't get the point. I don't. And don't make it make sense to me. It's something that the straights get. It's y'all language, because that's how y'all live in y'all love lives, quote unquote. No shade. But I just can't get into it. So, you're probably wondering what I've been watching. And now I'm going to confess. I do really like Beyond the Gates. I have watched all 81 episodes. I've been brought up. I've been caught to speed. For those who watch Beyond the Gates, get with it, girl. Get with the winning team. I'm Team Leslie. That's my favorite character on the show. I love her. She is the woman you want to hate. She is my Erica Kane. She is the black Erica Kane. She is that girl, okay? Now, Dana and Andre, they're getting a little messy. And I don't want to tell the show for those who ain't watching, but for those who do know what I'm talking about, I don't see good for Dana and Andre. I feel like Andre is about to break her heart with that damn white girl. And that is too much. And I think it's a lot going on. But Danny and I say Dana. I always fuck her name up. Because it's Danny. Danny and Andre are going to completely ruin each other. Andre is Andre's cute. But Andre is, okay, I'll say this much. And those who know, Black Queens forever, Snow Bunnies never. If you watch the show, you know what I'm talking about. I'm going to leave that there. Now, let's get into Bill. I do not think Haley is pregnant. I think she's lying. I will not reveal any spoilers, but for those who have not caught up, I do not like Haley. That's Bill's wife. Danny used to date Bill. I think she's not over Bill, to be honest. But I do think Haley, or whatever, I don't think she's being honest about the pregnancy. And I think she's trying to trap Bill. And I'm going to leave it at that. No more spoilers. But I've been really deep into Beyond the Gates. It is the show that my husband and I have been watching. He's really been into it more than me. I vicariously watched it through him, and then I got hooked. So now I'm very invested in this show, and now we're caught up, and now we're into it, and it is so good. It is a good ass black soap opera. It's the right level of drama and spice for me. If you have not watched Beyond the Gates, catch up now. We're still in season 1. It's not too late. Get caught up. Watch the show. Get into it. The characters, the storyline is so spicy. It's a great soap opera, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm into it. I'm caught up. I'm into the show. I like what I'm watching. So, that's all. This has been a super long episode. What do I got coming up as I get ready for my little, sabbatical before we return on July 14th? Getting ready for St. Louis. About to ride to St. Louis this week. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to finally checking out the brand new Admirable American Airlines Admirable Sky Lounge, lounge. I have not been to the newly renovated one. I cannot wait to go, try the food, see what's it popping. I'm coming extra early so I can have the full experience before I go fly out to St. Louis for my speaking engagement. I'm excited about that. 4th of Jamarcus, of course, is always going to be a blast. And as always, the show returns July 14th. So Ernestly Speaking will be back Monday at midnight, July 14th. Same place, same time, same everything. And I hope you all enjoyed this super deluxe episode. Catch up, watch, listen, have a safe, lovely holiday season. Enjoy a good break. Enjoy everything. Get us facial. Partake in, oil pulling if you partake in that. Swap out some of your facial washes for your holiday seasonal glow for the new season. Use sunscreen, hydrate, mind your business. Go local DC on this strike. Hopefully you get a good bargaining deal. Yeah, mind your business. Be in solidarity. Do all those great things that I do. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.